You good, Pong? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody. Pong stepping away for a moment. He's going to let that doggy out, but I'm going to let my dogs out right here live with you guys. You are now tuned in with Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain, I. That's he is a 7 everywhere. And, hit the Googles if you really need to find a good place to find me. Other than that, I do frequent the streets of X, otherwise known as Twitter, and the Xbox ecosystem because it just works so well between the console and the PC itself. Now, for those who are new, or even if you've been here for a while, you know what we're about. This is the home of that RTS view, real-time strategy where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that Phil and Sarah continue to talk about. Not only that, this is also the home of that ECP, educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong don't work in the industry. We're just two dudes who have gaming as a hobby and a passion and bring our professional knowledge from our careers into some of the business talks that we have here. A lot of the little speculation, shout out to Fun Speculation Math, that we do here. And, we like to be a little armchair CEO every now and then. So, if you like that kind of thing, that's what we're about here. We just hopefully we like to think that we come in with some common sense, at least for us. But nonetheless, it's always about the love. It's always about the passion more than anything else. And I gotta shout out the chat. Y'all looking beautiful in here already. And I do want to show big love to the Gaming Circle podcast. KS Sante is going on vacation for the weekend. So everybody that's tuning in from over there, I appreciate you rocking with us. Hit that like button for me if you can. Hit that sub as well if you like what you're getting here, because it's always going to be live, raw, and uncut. Now, before I pass it off to my brother from another, otherwise known as the Uncanny Gentleman, there's been some interesting. Again, I feel like I'm saying this on a week-to-week basis because there is a lot of interesting opinions that are out there, not only about gaming, but a lot of the things that are happening even in real life, right? And when we start ramping up these conversations about, again, with Xbox, possibly, because again, it was a rumor, and we'll get into what the rumor was specifically, about games going to other platforms, big games potentially. At what point do we just start admitting to ourselves that this is kind of the road that they've been paving this entire time, right? We all knew that there was more coming, but I do understand, just like Pong, he had to go throw his shirt on. He was looking like the white dark out here, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, shout out to Dark 1885. It's only good if you got the tank top on. It's only good if you got the tank top on. But
I know.
There is definitely levels to the conversation itself, and I think me and Pong will definitely get into that. Hopefully we hit it from some different angles that you haven't quite heard yet, as I think we do. I tend to do anyway. I guess first to start off with as well, because god damn, Dakado, much love to you as well, as much as and both. I guess when I'll transition into Pong, I'll let him handle those, really give them the proper love that they deserve. And again, I want to tell you guys, it's never expected, but always well appreciated. So with that, gotta get you to my brother from another, the Uncanny Gentleman himself. The X-Man that is not Cyclops, but he is my guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother man?
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, attention aboard the Splitters Hype Train. That's right, we got some early announcements for y'all. Before I get into my intro, let's get these out of the way because there is warning signs up because we are approaching Mach 5.0 on an early Saturday morning thanks to a couple of flybys. The first one from the bold Alpha Wolfpack. That's right, he got on the court with the ease easy 10 dunk with an early bag of coal, added a couple train cars full of splitters, and got that hype train to a 3.0 this morning. But we weren't done because his good old buddy Decado, the one and only Decado, he said, "Oh, I see you, bold alpha. Let me get on that court with that easy 20 bomb." That's right. He did the free throw line MJ dunk on us and dropped off a couple bags of coal, adding 4 more cars. Splitters, welcome aboard all you new splitters. Please take your seats. Please pay attention to the attendants as they show you how to buckle into those 4-point harnesses so you don't fly out the windows, because we are now at a Mach 5.0. That's right. You are reading your screens correctly. Please enjoy what the blurry view looks like out those windows, because these guys, Decado and Bold Alpha Wolfpack, are keeping us ad free in 2024, because the goal never changes. Hashtag no beans 2024. The goal never changes. 69 is 69. Always the goal here on Living Split Screen. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo. Happy early Saturday morning to everybody. Thank you all. Again, like Steele said, never expected, always appreciated here on Living Split Screen. I gotta go get my freaking dog. Oh, she's driving me nuts. She picks the worst time. Anyways, thank you all for being here, man. It's great to see everybody back. Obviously, great to get in this chair and talk to my brother, you, Steele, because I haven't talked to you much at all with this week again. Schedules being what they are, craziness being what they are. Oh, man. Decado with the $5 says, in 2 weeks, TFD, the first descendant, the view will be greatness. That's right. Hey, by the way, Decado, while you're in here, and maybe Steele can answer this too, because I can't remember. First Descendant, the scout that you meet. Remember Steele, when we were playing through the campaign?
It's not her.
That's what I thought. Do you remember her name? The scout.
I don't remember her name, but I know it's not her.
God, I thought.
I mean, unless she just completely changed her outfit.
I thought maybe they took the hood off of her.
Maybe,
but I could not remember her name, and I tried to Google it, and because Google sucks nowadays, and you can't find any information that you really want. Like, I couldn't get a list of NPC characters from the First Descendant, like ones you meet during the campaign.
Yeah,
I couldn't get it.
Nah,
like I kept getting lists of all the main descendants, but couldn't get the list of the NPCs. But yeah, because remember when we were playing through the campaign, we said, "Oh shit, she's gonna be a great descendant."
Yeah.
I can't wait till they bring her in.
Too. That's what's funny.
Yeah, and she was a sniper too. That's what I was thinking. But Haley, Haley's looking damn good. Like the snow outfit. It's beautiful. But anyways, yes. So thank you, Decado, for the $5. Appreciate you, brother. You know what it is, man. I'm going to be playing the First Descendant for quite a while, man.
Yeah, man. It's on the board. You didn't get your dog in real quick?
Yeah, but I was going to try to finish this up, but
let
me go grab her real quick. I'll go grab her real quick. I'll come right back. You start talking about your stuff, and then I'll come back and hop into what I've been playing.
No, you're good. Bold Alpha Wolf says, "I love Descendant, but it's mad grinding way more than I thought it'd be." Yeah, man. I could have told you that from jump as well. It's extremely grindy. They are making it better. This is one of the things that I was talking about earlier on as well. It's grindy, but it's not even as bad as Warframe was in the beginning, right? Or Destiny for that matter. But it is similar in many ways, but they are adjusting things as well. And the number one thing that I have come to the conclusion on, especially with the game being free, is the game's going to be grindy. You're going to have to put some work in. You're going to put some time in. In these types of live service games is part of the reason why I didn't go back to Warframe after the X amount of hours I put into it. Because at some point when you're playing other games as well, it becomes a detractor, right? It's not as easy as just hopping into Tekken, right? As an example, Bo, because I know you fuck with Tekken as well, but it's not as just as easy as hopping into Tekken, getting a couple matches in and jumping off. The First Descendant, you're like, you pick something to do, an hour goes by like that, right? And by the time the hour's done, you're like, damn, I feel like I ain't really do nothing, right? And I do think that they need to definitely work on that. Now with season 1 dropping, there are some major changes that they're making as far as matchmaking goes and everything else to make it easier for people to access and also let people do the more challenging versions of missions with other people as well. So there's a lot of things that they're in there changing. Again, the game's only been out for a month. You know what I mean? So it's like it's gonna grow. It's one of those bold where if you end up coming back after about 3 months, because again, the first Ascended is on my list right now, but I was also thinking about jumping back into Ghost of Tsushima as well because I need to finish it. Right. Now, when am I going to finish it? I don't know, because by the time my next week I get off, I'll be off of work. I'll be probably playing Black Myth Wukong, because that's just where I'm at right now. Right. I set Ghost of Tsushima to the side for multiple reasons. Right. Not because it's a bad game. And I saw a post this week that were like, Assassin's Creed Shadows is taking inspiration from Ghost of Tsushima. And it's like, and even some of the devs apparently said something similar as well. And it's just like, that's just so weird to me, because for the sake of competition, I would have liked them to come from a different angle, to be like, well, I mean, we're the originators of this, so we appreciate Ghost of Tsushima taking some inspiration from us and kind of creating their own thing. So it's like, you know, that's kind of where you're at with that. But Ghost of Tsushima for me just reminded me of my time with Valhalla in many ways, right? And what I look for in the combat in those style of games. For lack of a better way to put it, I think Ghost of Tsushima is overly easy. Now, am I going to turn it to one-hit mode? No, because I think that's dumb as hell too. Like, and again, they don't have to appease me. That's not what it's about. But I will get back to it when I'm ready. There's also the thing where I came off of Where Winds Meet. So it's like I have so many other expectations of what I'm looking for, and anticipation as well for things that I'm looking for in games right now that pull me in multiple directions, which is why I played and beat Flintlock, which is why I played and beat Path of the Goddess, right? Those games got me in those moments. I knew I could get through them, and that's what happened. Shout out to Legendary Obi with the Legendary Tribe. He says, hashtag peace, love, life to the LSS legends and chat. And I did end up checking this morning. I ended up getting that memory card in. I gotta plug it in and see what's good with it. But I definitely appreciate that. And shout out to Johnny. Decado, he says Bunny is great. Finally got her to 800K, 1.8 million crit range. Yeah, I've been working on Bunny, man. I've been at a point in the first Ascendant where, mind you, I'm saying all these other things. I haven't played a goddamn thing this week, to be completely frank with y'all. Unfortunately, I just haven't had the time to or the want to. Energy-wise, a lot going on. Kids back at school this week as well. But I just haven't jumped into anything. The last thing I jumped into was the first Ascendant. So there is that. I did delete Forza Motorsport and reinstall Horizon 5. Partly because of some of the news that happened this week. It kind of reminded me of my time with Horizon and how much I was enjoying that. And I wanted something that I could just jump into, not really have to think too hard about, listen to some shows, whatever I'm doing in that moment. So, and I know I really enjoyed myself with Horizon 5 doing that. I might pull out the wheel again for that as well. Who knows? I'll see. But I do love playing Forza with my controller. So, and I didn't get a chance to play Forza Horizon with my new controller. So I want to see how that's feeling, because I like to shift with the stick and whatnot. But yeah, first Ascendant. Where I'm at right now is I'm trying to get another reactor for the Thunder Cage actually, and I haven't had any good luck getting with all the stuff that I need for it. That kind of made me feel some type of way, and the amount of time that I was putting into doing it was also making me feel some type of way. And then when you look stuff up, people are like telling you, hey, don't focus on it and you'll end up getting some. It's like, that's not a good answer for somebody that's like, I'm trying to grind for something specific. Like, the only thing holding me back in the first Ascendant right now is I can't break the limit of my guns right now. And that shit is annoying as hell. Because I have like 5, 6 Forma into Bunny right now, for polarity on all the different slots as well. And I got the build going exactly where I wanted to be. But I haven't got to the hard mode Pyromaniac yet, and I need to grind some more. I need to beat up to at least the third boss so that I can start unlocking some stuff for my class, because there's some equipment and things that I need. And I got to fight Pyro to get some of that stuff. So it's like, well, there's actually a mod that I want to get, high voltage, that you can't get until you beat pyro. So Decado says, yeah, reactor falls on the bottom bonuses and mounting sucks. Yeah, man, it's annoying. Then you get randos that don't know how to fight these bosses, or they like, why are we in hard mode and you're still struggling? What do we do? You were in hard mode and you don't know what the mechanic does, like the frost chick who does the real big wide ranged ice attack that if you're in it, it's going to probably kill you if you're not close to the edge. Bro, there's still people getting caught in the middle of it. It's like, bro, we went through this already. This is supposed to be a little bit easier this time. So, but yeah, man, other than that, I did put a couple more ducats into the First Ascendant as well, just to get some cosmetics for, I believe, Freya, because I wanted to get some stuff for the characters that I was unlocking. So I've been working with doing a little bit of that, man. But other than that, I'm full speed on Black Myth Wukong right now. We'll see how that goes next week, and then I'll probably be back into the First Ascendant after that, depending on how long it takes me to beat the game. Some people saying the game is Black Myth is shorter, like a 20-30 hour experience. We'll see. If it is, great. Some people are saying it's a boss rush type mode game. I don't know about that. Again, there's a lot of exploring that supposedly can be done as well. But I do think it's to your credence, Pong.
Yeah.
From everything that I have seen, the game does definitely seem to be more action oriented than it is Souls-like. Although there is those 1v1 fights, right?
Yep.
Understanding what the boss is doing, stuff like that. But there is also multiple dodges that can be done. You can do 3 dodges back to back before you have a recovery time. And the recovery time is like 3 or 5 seconds or something like that. So there's a little bit of a balance there. But it's definitely a game, from everything that I've seen, that is more meant for dodging, which I'm actually excited about.
Yeah, you love that.
Versus parrying. And I don't mind parrying, but I would
rather dodge than parry.
Yeah, I would rather dodge than parry. For me. So a lot of things in here that seems to be fun. There was also some PlayStation gameplay that went out. I don't know if y'all seen that. Apparently that went up this morning sometime. That because people were throwing up smoke that the game it wasn't on PlayStation. There's no reviews on PlayStation because
no codes went out.
No, but people were saying it because and it was the green side being cornered this time. More so. People are like, oh, there's no, because it's not performing well. Oh, look at PC. The people are saying it's not performing well. Although I've been seeing people run their benchmark tests, and it's like, they're getting good results in their benchmark tests. I saw some gameplay from PC, and I didn't see, and again, maybe they just had a really good rig, really good PC, but it's just there was a lot of negativity that's been being brought into the conversation. Not only that, but also Screen Rant, I believe it was, review that it was, when I read that, I thought it was funny. Because when they made the diversity comment, I was like,
it's sad, bro.
I was like, why was that even needed to be said?
You needed to attack the dev.
I get, and there's also been things I looked at that further too. I don't know how I feel about that. I see some people making their decisions about it, not supporting it or whatever the case. And it's just like, for me,
who the fuck cares? They can do what they want.
For me, it's
it's
that holier than thou thing. And if this is a line that you're going to have for this, then I'm very curious on the lines that you have for other things.
Right.
And again, I have faults with that too, right? There's some things that I don't like, and there's other things that I do, right? But I also like to be as realistic about a realist a little bit about what's going on. And at the end of the day, it's about them making a good game. I'm not going to punish a whole team for a couple people's comments, right? I just don't believe in that. If other people do, then great. But from everything that I've seen, I don't necessarily feel a reason to negatively impact that team, but maybe we'll talk about that later. But anyway, but yeah, I just saw some performance things happening. The PlayStation 5 gameplay, I guess, went out this week, this morning, because the Black Myth official Twitter account actually tweeted it out and said that it's up on their YouTube channel. You just type in Black Myth PS5, and they were fighting the boss, and it looked like it was solid. So I don't know, man. I guess we'll see how things go. And nothing can be worse than Jedi Survivor when it released. So, and I talked about those issues when it dropped as well. As much as I love that game, right? I was willing to give that game of the year before I played Armored Core 6. So there's that. Ron Slusher says, should Donkey Kong Country be considered a diverse game? I think it is. It's got girls in it. It's got different personalities in it. You can see a bit of yourself in any game. That's the thing.
Does it fucking matter? It's a fucking game. Jesus Christ. It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, and Nixie, that's 100% true. He says Screen Rant got everyone talking about them, but it's something, but it is a talking point, right? It's a game that's coming out. It's a review that was made. It's one of the most weird reviews that were made. I think it's another key point to what we talk about here about reviews in totality. So we're going to talk about it. If you didn't think we were, surprise. Hey, and shout out to Corey No for life for hitting that RTS view. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. Again, I'll find out come Tuesday. For anybody that's interested in that, I'll be free in the morning mostly, because I'll be all caught up that afternoon. But for anybody that's interested, I'll probably put up a post here. I will have live gameplay on the channel. I will be playing it from the beginning for everybody to enjoy. So keep that in mind. And I do have Hellblade playing for you guys in the background. Hellblade 2. Still haven't finished Hellblade 2. I probably got a couple more hours in it. I'm not really interested in going back right now. Not because the game is bad or anything like that. I'm just not there right now. Right. I probably should have just beat it when I was playing it originally, but nonetheless, I wanted to put this up there as well, because this is one of the games that people were thinking might be going to PlayStation 5, which would be, I think it could be more probable than some of the other games. I would like Horizon 5 to be going, just because, hey, open up that player base, man. Have more people driving around. I think Horizon is a better game than The Crew is, even The Crew 2. Motorfest or whatever, the Crew Motorfest. So, and now that it's been some time and people feel how they feel about Hellblade, I feel like it was a good time to at least do 4 hours worth of gameplay from me that you guys can watch. And again, this is me playing on the hardest difficulty as well. Sanchez MTZ says, colored people in video games are considered woke for some people. To some people it is. To me, I think what people should be more caring about is, sure, I love for everybody to have some form of representation in whatever game, but can't we just have good characters? Can we just get back to a point to where, even through representation, like if you're going to represent, can I get some good looking characters, not half-ass characters, not half-ass designs, not basic bitch designs, not can I get some creativity? And not only that, can I also get like a good backstory with them? Maybe so they can be like an actual interesting person. Why do I have to look to my old favorites, right? I gotta look to Dante. I gotta look to Chief. I gotta look to, I gotta look to Marcus. I gotta dig deep on my bag to find new people that I could be fucking interested in some way, that actually make me care. And again, there's other games that have done that. I got, what's crazy? I got more care for the main character in Path of the Goddess than I have in some other games, and he doesn't even talk. But man, you can tell okay, spoiler about Path of the Goddess real quick. I know Pong won't mind, but anybody else, I hope you don't mind. So is actually a girl. The ninja in Path of the Goddess is a girl.
I guessed that early on.
And I feel like it's a mirror version of the priestess.
Yeah.
Or her sister or something.
Yeah.
Like that's the way, at the end of the game, that's the way, like Path of the Goddess is dope as fuck. I'm not like, bro, for people who are sleeping on it, I'm just, but even that character was fire. But anyway, I'm going on a tangent.
Yeah.
Real quick, Nixie says, I'm gonna pass it back to you, Pong. He said, listen to the average gamer when they say woke and ask them what it means to them for a specific game. They have zero clue. Devil is in the details. A lot of people, when they mean woke, and this is the side that I think is disingenuous, is when most people say woke, and this is why I don't like one side of the conversation, is when people say, oh, they put black people in it, so it's woke, or they put other representation into it, so it's woke. And it's like, okay, at the same time, could they just have characters in there that are diverse? Like, could that be part of it? But I also don't look for the negative in everything, right? Or that somebody's trying to do something nefarious behind the scenes, unless it comes across forced. Because when it feels forced, like when people were trying to force the conversation, talk about Flintlock that I mentioned earlier, when people were trying to force the conversation about, oh, well, she started off white and they made her black for DIE purposes. And it's like, okay, for whatever reason that made her that way. Maybe they just decided that she looked better that way. Maybe they wanted that form of representation in the game for how they were creating the game. She was still a decent character. She had more personality than the fucking girl from Forspoken. So she was still done well, and that's all that I cared about. I didn't think about, oh, this game is trying to be something. Nah, I was just like, okay, boom. And that's what we should be getting from these games, is there shouldn't be oh, this is just there because of this. It's like, did they do it well? That's what matters. But what you got, Pong? You over there juiced up.
I these are so hard because it's not black and white. Again, if it was natural, if it just occurred, people wouldn't have a problem with it at all.
Well, for him,
the problem is you have activists out here that are playing journalists still, like we just saw with that review. We have a side pushing very specific agendas, very hard across all industries. Okay. And when you have that, you are going to have a counter reaction. There is always a counter reaction to polar opposites. Okay. You're always going to have that. You got to have the yin and the yang.
Oh yeah.
So when you have a very strong push, and again, both sides have their weaknesses. Both sides have their blind spots. Both sides are terrible at communication sometimes because of how they go about things whenever you get to extremist sides.
Right.
And then we got everybody in the middle like us, right? Mm-hmm. We can agree on some parts, disagree on other parts, but most of us are like, what the fuck ever. Right?
Yeah,
most of us out here are like,
we just want good shit.
Is the character good? Okay, cool. Is it not like completely out of place? Okay, cool. Right? It doesn't make sense with the world. Okay, great. I'm more concerned about my characters looking good and sexy than anything else. I don't care, right? That's what I'm more concerned about. And I think there's an agenda there as well, right? But again, when you have something being pushed very, very hard in an unnatural way and trying to subjugate people to a certain ideology, you're going to have the opposite side show up. You are. And then you're just going to have everything be muddled and muddied because people are going to claim, oh, it's because of this. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it's because of this, when maybe that was never a part of the original intention, but it's going to get thrown in there with everything else.
Oh, always.
And then, like I said, you've got activists playing journalists that throw out stupid reviews,
random terms,
continue to stir everything up again. Like, this is where we're at, man.
Well, real quick, Pong, in the middle of what you're saying, because Yobi made a point that growing up woke or stay woke meant to stay informed and to open your mind from the matrix. The new people turned it into some form of racism, which is weird, which is what I'm used to, Yobi. And within the last, that's what it was for me as well when we were coming up. To be woke or stay woke, because we used to say that to be like, yo, you got to stay woke to see what's paying, because that's what people used to say about to us as conspiracy theorists, like people who are conspiracy theorists as well. Oh, look, they're just being woke, right? Like there was a lot of ways that was used, but Yobi, me and you can definitely relate on that, because that's exactly how, when I was growing up, again, 30 years, well, almost 30, 20, I would say 25 years above my life, I would say I've noticed it more so in the last 5 years more than anything. And it's been happening for at least 10. But within the last 5 years, I've seen this extreme opposite side of that, where people make it instead of, hey, you need to pay attention to what's going on out there, stay woke in that way, it has definitely been turned into more of woke means there's black people in it. Like, what? Or there's people of color representation.
Because that was hijacked by the other people pushing that agenda hard. Right.
Yeah.
So that was hijacked originally by them, and they took woke to mean it. Oh, you got to be more than, you can't just be colorblind. We can't just do the 90s thing and nobody see color anymore. We got to be woke, and you've got to be actively anti-racist, meaning that you have to understand everybody else's perspective no matter what, and yours is less than because you aren't them. That's when that changed. Because then again, the opposite side shows up, right, and is going to push just as hard back. And so now we've got the opposite side that just calls everything woke. Like I said, like everything. Mm-hmm. Like even when it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like you're just saying, like that's when it comes across racist. Like that's racist shit, bro. Like, well, you're just saying woke to say woke shit. Like you're literally using it for nothing. Just because you dislike something, or like it just anyway. Well, there's a lot of other M's that you could be, but I believe it was Bowl Alpha Wolf that said, "What's your guys' thoughts on Sweet Baby Ain't?" For me, and from all the information that I have found out and read, they are nothing but a company who is allowed to give advice. It is up to the publisher, it's up to the dev team to decide whether or not they take that advice. Now, can the publisher also have a push on that and have their own agenda and force something else in there? Sure. Or maybe push certain ideals. We've seen it time and time again. At least from my understanding of it. Now, could they go deeper than that? Sure. Everybody has some form of an agenda that in many ways needs to be talked about. The biggest thing for me, though, is that I also don't want people to get confused with people understanding that there has been classes of people in America that have been suppressed and are oppressed, along with all the other things that we have going on in here. Right? That are looked at a certain way. And it is important that in all forms of entertainment that we have things that can represent all cultures. Because I think one of the number one things that makes America unique in totality is just such a crazy conversation to get into. But one of the number one things that I think makes America unique in totality is the fact that we can have multiple cultures here. It's just the way that we go about it is something that needs to continue to be discussed. Because multiple cultures of American people, right? Sure, we can have other people that come too, right? We don't necessarily look at like how foreigners look at Americans, right? Because I tell y'all right now, like the people of Germany, for example, where the other half of my family is, the people of Germany they're not going to say, oh, that's a black man first. They're going to say, oh, are you German or are you American? When they know I'm American, they're going to look at me a certain way because there is a stigma for Americans around the world. And people look at you weird, right? Along with, oh, he's a black American. Oh, he's this. Oh, there's so many other things that fall in line with that, where here, there's definitely more of a focus on color and ethnicity and things to that nature. But we also have a land that I think, for me, should not necessarily take advantage of that, but more so use it as its advantage. You know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense. Because we're able to come together, like we are so big of a country, bro. Like when you go on TikTok, for an example, there was this video on TikTok. I'm pretty sure I brought this up the other week, where there was a European asking why an American had never traveled outside their country. And it's like, another dude popped up and was like, well, Americans, most countries aren't the size of America. Like a state is the size of most countries. So most Americans don't even travel across their whole continent. So of course they're not going to be well-traveled. They don't well-travel their own country. So it's like, when you think about that aspect of it and how diverse and everything else that we have going on within it, I do think that there does need to be people in place that help diversify content in a way that is not harmful to the vision of whatever the dev is trying to create. Because a lot of people, to your point earlier, Pong, this is something that my mom put on to me as well. Not everybody thinks the same. Not everybody sees things the same. People are from different aspects of walks of life. And I'm pretty sure the rich people are not concerned with the same shit that we're talking about, right? More in 90% of the time, right? They're not concerned with what the middle class got going on, the lower class got going on, because in this life that you have, you can send your kid to private school. You can pay for everything that you want to do. You can do you can go on vacation every other, few months if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have a different life, and this is for anybody that's out there. Everybody has a different walk of life. So you may not have the same experience as other people. So what do you need to do? Oh, I mean, if you want to have certain cultures in games, for an example, movies or anything else like that, and you want them to be represented properly, you have to bring an outside source in to help you think about some of the things that you maybe should consider, right? It's like,
if you're writing a modern day, like grounded, reality-based situation, sure. I get that thought. But if I'm writing a fantasy world, I'd still never believe that.
But but even in the fantasy world, that's what would make it even more probable, because it's like you can have all kinds of shit in there. Right?
Oh yeah, no. But I'm just saying, bringing in outside people to tell me how to write somebody in a fantasy world doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, okay, for an example,
because of a skin color,
for an example,
right?
Barrett from Final Fantasy VII does not need to sound like that, right? And that is a very Asian culture thing that they have going on, where they think that we shuck and drive, or at least black folks shuck and jive all the time, and that's the voice that you give them. It's like, bro, you probably should have had somebody come tell you that that's not how we talk, right? I'm not saying that there could have been.
Are there people that do talk like that?
And that's the gray area.
Are there
the gray area
that talk like that?
That is the gray area, though. That is the gray area, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Which I can hear that in conversation. But bro, I think, to your point, though, it is the intention behind it, though. Well, right?
Okay.
And then you look at history and the way things have.
But then here we're just judging everything. Then here again, where you start judging creativity, you start judging comedy, you start saying people can't make fun of other people, which is where we're at now, which is not a place that anybody should be at all, right? Again, I grew up in an era where I got teased for being white. I got teased for all the white guy stuff. All the white guy jokes are still out here on the internet, and they're all cool. They're all cool. It's even more cool now to talk about white people, okay? That is still okay, but now we are not allowed to talk about anybody else. And this is where I think we got sideways.
I think it's kind of
again. Everybody used to stereotype everybody. Stereotyping is a human nature thing. Okay. It goes
you
back
gotta judge things. You gotta judge your scenario.
It goes back to the base. When we first, as humanoids, learned that striped, big, furry animals were dangerous, we stereotyped striped, big, furry animals with big teeth, right? This will happen no matter what in human nature. Stereotyping is a part of human nature. Right? I'm not saying it's all good. I'm not saying it's all great. Obviously, again, there's assholes everywhere. There's always going to be fucking assholes. I'd rather them be out in the open and be able to say what they want to say, so I know who they are, than to hide and be snakes, right? I would rather everybody be wide open with who they are, right? And there's always going to be racists of every single color. I'm not here to talk about only one side can be racist. Bullshit. Everybody can. But I think back in the day when we all joked and got along and did the stereotype shit and it was no big freaking deal, right? Sure, some people got their hurt feelings because some people are a little bit more sensitive, but we used to laugh at those people, whatever, give them an elbow and say, it's all right. No hard feelings, right? I didn't mean anything by it. No big deal. Get me back, right? That's how we used to treat shit. It was a lot better to me, Steele. Now we got to judge everything. Now we got to parse everything out. Now we got to make sure that everybody's feelings are okay. And if there's one fucking person who says, I'm not okay with this. Oh, we got to change everything. We got to change it all. No, that person has to learn how to deal with society. That person has to learn how to be a part of society. And I think we're getting more and more sensitive as we go because we're telling people, you should be a victim. You should go ahead and feel a certain way, and you should go get something that you deserve because you are a victim. No, there's always going to be people in better positions than somebody else. There is always going to be somebody who is born into a better spot than somebody else. We don't get that choice. There's always going to be poor. There's always going to be rich. And amongst the poor, there's always going to be a little bit better off poor than there is really low poor. The same for everywhere, right? It's always going to be that way. We're not going to equal everything out by going ahead and all of a sudden creating a whole system where we justify reversing everything and taking it out on all the people we want to blame for stuff that happened a long time ago. That's not going to
be fair.
Everything
it wasn't
out.
that long ago.
It was, Steele. It was. And
it wasn't even 500 years ago.
Doesn't matter. Most of us didn't have anything to do with it.
For sure.
Most of us don't have family members who had anything to do with it. Most of our family members came from poor European countries.
My grandmother, my grandparents were part of it. They dealt.
But well, it doesn't matter.
Not slavery exactly, but they dealt with. They still dealt with all the hardships and stuff.
But why do we only go back 500 years? Why don't we go back 1,000 years?
I mean, because at that point, we'd be looking at even more injustices because we slayed the Native Americans, and the Native Americans were slaying people before them, and
you'd be looking at
armies and
right. That's what I'm talking about.
But
we have decided, we're going to cut off history at this point and blame one group of people, right? And we're going to take it out on them, and we're going to even everything out. Now, no, we ain't going to do that, right? Because again, I didn't have anything to do with it. My family didn't have anything to do with it at all. So I'm not included in all that shit.
I don't think it's been completely reversed like that.
They're trying, Steele. And that's what I'm saying.
Well, they're also trying to remove more history as well. So.
Because the history's all bullshit anyways. So if you want to teach the real history, then we got to teach how everybody was involved in the slave trade. Right? If you want to go that route, then we got to teach everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Because everybody was. Right, but we don't do that already. Well, I never learned about it. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, we just have an extreme pushing, so we're going to have an extreme pushback. I think we need to get back to where we were, where things were really getting good naturally, Steele, with no push, like no real push. Yes, there's still always going to be inequality. Yes, there's always going to be problems. Yes, there are issues from recent history, like you said, that still have ripple effects to this day, right? But those things were getting worked out naturally. Those things were happening naturally. And I think that we were at a good spot until we came to this forced situation where all of a sudden, oh, fuck, now, Jesus, we got everybody. We can't do that anymore. No. You are victims. You are oppressors. You are colonizers. You are wrong. You are evil. Screw off. We only matter. We can't do that.
Well, there is, I will agree with you that there is a base that is doing that, but I think that's what also, I think there's also the middle, that middle area, which is again, to your point, it's something that's always existed. And I think that's also when people are growing up in certain areas of the country who, again, there are people out there who believe that racism doesn't exist or that people aren't treated a certain way. And it's like, well, it's dependent on where you're at. Right. To completely ignore it is one thing. To say that it doesn't exist is another thing as well. And I do think things were trying to get way what we're trying to get better, but there's also been people above us who, to your point as well, that you've mentioned before, that wants us to continue to have that mentality and want people to be mad at them, right? That's why they continue to push the things the way that they have. That's why that's why the government.
I've agreed with it all along that there's puppet masters, but nobody's ready to talk about the puppet masters.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a way bigger question.
Why they divided us in the first place? No, everybody wants to continue the victimhood shit, or the opposite, pushback, right? And nobody's looking at the real culprits, who are the puppet masters that want to divide us and conquer us. And they are doing it right now. COVID should have shown everybody that. They divide and conquered us, the entire fucking world. And guess what? For all the people who said all those years, boy, I wonder how things went down in Germany. How could people stand by and watch what happened in Germany go down, right? COVID showed you how it happens, since the vast majority of people were willing to tell on their neighbors, were willing to send their neighbors to jail if necessary, because they didn't follow along.
That's true.
Right? Yes. But again, now we're past it. Nobody remembers that shit. Nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to come out and apologize. Nobody's been held accountable. None of it. It all just disappears again, Steele, into the background until the next time they want to pull it out and divide us yet again. Well, but they're doing it in small ways through all of this stuff we're talking about right now. As you can tell, guys, very passionate. I was a part of this, part of a former Twitter life that I got away from because it started affecting my daily emotional, well-being. Mm-hmm. So I got away from it. But this is a big conversation. I love that I have somebody like Steele, who and people in the chat, you guys have been great so far too, that we can have open, honest discussions about this, even though this is supposed to be a video game show. I'm sure none of you
it was based off a video game, though.
But it is based off a video game, but we have now traveled into some big stuff. But I think it's important that we have these discussions. That's the other thing that's been lost, is you can't have these open, honest discussions with people. Again, even me saying how I feel, and obviously you guys know how I stand on this stuff, right? Even if I said some of those things in certain spaces, I would have been labeled instantaneously as an ist right away, right? Because it simply does not fall in complete line with how one side wants to think about things. And that's the sad part nowadays. And that goes for both sides, right? Again, I was just talking about one side just shouts woke at everything, blah, forced everything, when that's not the case. But that's what I'm saying. That's how they divide us now. And we can't have these discussions because everybody is so black and white. And again, I'm meaning like good and evil, right?
Yeah, no, literally.
Colors. Well, I'm saying good and
clarify.
Good and evil.
You do need to clarify.
Right. I mean, from a good and evil standpoint, there is no gray to a lot of people. Either you are good or you are evil, and there is nothing in between. And we can't have these discussions. These are the discussions we used to have. I used to have political discussions with all my friends. Okay, no matter who they were. And I had friends across the spectrum in politics. Used to be able to have discussions with them constantly, right? And we would get on each other and we would talk about things and we'd go through things, right? Now, you can't do that. You can't. There is very small places, you got to have very close friends to even bring up some political conversations now. That's
even when you do it with close friends, it's potentially friendship breaking conversation.
Yes, it's completely COVID.
I think it's always been that way. I feel like
families. Back in the day it was different. Still, sure, you had your heart. You always had.
Depends on where you're at.
Always been around. Yes, depends where you're at. Extremists have always been around. I'm just saying, in general, you could have discussions if you were voting. Again, it didn't matter if you were Dem or Republican or if you were an independent. You could have open discussions about most of the candidates and about most of the topics. So, but now you can't. So, anyways, BT Maverick, condolences to you. Absolutely, 1000%.
Yeah, it's. I mean, again, there's a lot of things that should be under control that aren't under control. There's a lot of things that are being pushed that shouldn't be pushed. And for him, he said he keeps asking. I'm confused how we got to. We went from a monkey guy conversation to a conversation about racism. And the main thing I'll tell you for him, and I'll just show you this. It's from Screen Rant's review. One of the points, one of their cons. Oh God, hold on. Got random stuff playing in the background, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get it set up.
What do you got playing in the background? We got some tentacle board?
It was a
That'll
random
things up.
Random
we can talk about
commercial.
that.
Nah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not into that. Not into that at all.
Bullshit. Yeah, Decado, you're right. And we don't even have 2 anymore. It's more like 1.5 now. So it's not even 2
no, thousand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bold. You get into a deep bag there, Bold. You said, did Bush do 9/11? I do. I think we did. I think we did it to ourselves. That's the only thing that I'll say. I think we did it to ourselves.
At some point,
not like us as the people.
We might start a rabbit hole podcast someday, bro.
I do think. I mean, no, because. Okay, so I'll start with this. The reason why I got here, and as you can tell, we don't have upcoming games. We're just off the rails right now. We're 100% full throttle right now.
Good morning, everybody.
How this essentially was started is that Screen Rant, and again, if you don't pay attention to Screen Rant is one of those that people look to, right? Not one of the popular ones. You can feel however you want to feel about them. If you don't take them serious, great. It's not like I take them serious. We tell you all the time, reviews are not something that me and Punk care about. We talk about them because reviewers are supposed to be journalists, and journalists are supposed to do due diligence and research to cover a topic at its complete and full level. Across the board, right? Not just this, or put personal bias into it. They're just supposed to cover everything. But anyway, when you do a review of a game, and one of your cons for the game is lacking inclusivity and diversity, and the game is a game that is based on the Monkey King, Wukong, that is already this is as Asian as you can get. Right? One. Okay. So sure, you can say it's not diverse for them, I guess. But the dude is a literal monkey. It's not like, oh, he's some white dude, or he's some Asian dude, or he's some black samurai dude. Like, there's nothing for nobody to be mad about. Like, he is literally a monkey. Okay. Dude, he is fighting fantasy. Yeah. Literal other gods, other monsters, other beasts. They don't even. Wow, the slug monster isn't black enough for you. Like, is that what the problem? Or, is the saber, the tiger not? It's not a white tiger. So what do you mean by inclusivity and diversity? Why is this a con? Now, if you ask me if I was paying attention to Screen Rant before, am I paying attention to in the future? No. This is probably as low and as dumb as you can get in a review for a game that says it's lacking inclusivity and diversity. These sound like you just put terms in here that sounded good. This seems purposefully done. That's what my takeaway.
I read it, Steele. I read the full review. She specifically said there should be more female. Because according to her, the story, the myth, has females in it.
Sure.
She didn't see females.
Bro, if this game would have had females in it, you know they would have been sexy ladies too, and we would have been have that be a talking point again as well. They would have been, you would have had sexy serpent chicks in here.
But bestiality is cool. Just remember, everybody, bestiality is cool, according to most journalists. It's Baldur's Gate 3.
Like, so how do you know that they're not inclusive or diverse? There could be girls in here. How do you know none of the monsters are female? Oh, so you're one of those, huh? But what if it's a they?
Yep.
Huh? What if it's a them? What if it's a he? What if it's a she? Doesn't matter.
Do I need to know that?
Are you fighting monsters? Or like, does this make sense? Is there a purpose? Like, again, gameplay becoming repetitive over time and game performance. This is one of the biggest talking points across the board versus everything else. The lack of inclusivity and diversity con, I think, is just a negative. Just to have it there. But they do say the combat is fluid, cinematography and can be breathtaking at times, and great diversity in items and mechanics. So it was diverse in its weapons and stuff, but it wasn't diverse in what you fought. Although I've seen a tiger, I saw a lobster monster, I saw a dragon. I mean, that's pretty goddamn diverse already, just as far as animals go. But
one of them had boobies and a vagine.
See?
Then it would have been diverse. The lobster should have had boobies and a vagina, and it would have been fine.
So I'm just really confused as to what people are finding issues with in this, right? So overall, there has been, I've been seeing over the last couple of weeks as well, people kind of start, again, downplaying certain games because they're on certain platforms versus other platforms. Again, you know, me and Pong don't really do the console war thing. We do have our preferred platforms, the places we like to play, but we are gamers at the end of the day. I will fight back every time that somebody tries to label me one way or the other. Even when people say, oh, you're a PC gamer. I said, no, I'm just a gamer. I have a console, I have a Switch. There's so many other devices that just because I don't have a PlayStation doesn't mean that I'm one of these other things that you just have to label me as for whatever reason, to make you feel better in the conversation. No, I like games. So keeping that in mind, seeing people, I've even seen people go as far as say this game may be overly hyped. Now, no, it's Alex. I know he had a feeling like that was going to be the case. And I don't mind shouting out to him. I'll shout out to him because he's a funny motherfucker, dog. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. He's funny as fuck. He's not the best dude in the world at least from my experience, from everything that I have seen from before me and after. But that's none of my business. Look, anyway, that's besides the point. I had a good feeling about this game when I saw it back then, and I'm not saying that my feelings have to be the say all to be all, but I do have a record right here on Live on SplitScreen, as far as consistency, as far as calling games out and saying how whether they and putting a good baseline on them as far as how the heat's going to be. I'm not expecting for this game to be the greatest action game that I've ever played. I've played Asura's Wrath. There's a lot of people who don't know about Asura's Wrath, and I think that's one of the greatest action games that I've ever played. There's people who probably have played it and say, oh, this shit is basic as hell, or say it's QTE filled, which it is. But, you know, it works in some games, doesn't work in others. But for me, and everything that I've seen, especially the most recent gameplay that they ended up putting up, let me see if I can actually get that put up as well. Because the official Twitter for Black Myth Wukong put up gameplay to demonstrate what the game was running like on PlayStation 5, because of these PC reviews, people making comments about performance, there started to become a concern that it may not be running well on console, so that is why no reviews went out for console. The gameplay that I've seen, ladies and gentlemen, does not tell me that. It seemed extremely smooth to me. So for anybody that is interested in it, I still think that you should continue to hold that interest, right? And I want this to be another example of knowing what you like in your hobby and your passion, the things that you're into, right? Becoming more familiar if you're not. Because I am still boggled and confused on how people look at something and try to say, oh, I think it'll be for me this time. Oh, I didn't really like it before, but I like it now. And John, it could very well be coming in hot. It could be. But from what I've seen thus far, and again, we thought Baldur's Gate came into glowing reviews. You get into Act 3, and apparently it still has issues, and Act 3 has a lot of problematic issues, apparently. Now, I haven't played I played Baldur's Gate for an hour. The game wasn't for me, so we'll never know. But I do want to show you guys this gameplay, so at least you guys can have it on screen while I pass the mic off to Pong. How do you feel about this entire conversation about Black Myth Wukong, for whether it be the inclusivity side of it? I know we talked a lot about from that RTS approach about how we feel about the industry in totality.
Yeah.
And some of the things in the background and our thoughts on that very same diversity and inclusivity that they're kind of speaking to. Yeah. But even on a performance level, I mean, have you seen anything that has you worried about this game? Are you worried about this game? Do you still have interest and still hold true to, you're just seeing what's Steel gonna say, man?
Yeah, I'm holding true. I gotta see what you have to say about it. Obviously, so a lot of the reviews, Theo, I went through some of the reviews. I think on the PC side, at one point yesterday, I think I saw 48 reviews or something like that. So it was a good wide ranging views. There was plenty of people who did discuss bugs. Now again, we're gonna find out how bad. But anytime reviewers start bringing up bugs, I'm going to assume that they gotta be somewhat prevalent, at least in the version that the reviewers got. Now, whether or not there's a patch that comes out right away that fixes them or not, but it seems like we might have a case where this game didn't get hit as hard as other games have for bugs. Again, I don't know for sure. IGN alluded to it as well, and they said that they couldn't show it. So that was weird. They put out a post yesterday saying there was some problems, but we can't show it yet. So yeah, I mean, I guess overall, Steel, there is some questions for me. It's never good if you're not going to send out any codes whatsoever on a PS5 version.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think it indicates that they're still like working on it, like up until the last minute, like coming in hot. But we're going to find out, right? It's great that they released some footage today. It's looking fine. We don't know what the resolution is going to wind up being.
Would it be possible for there to be an NDA for people to not even be able to say they're playing it on console?
Yeah. Possibly, but everybody that is in the know said no PS5 codes went out. So yes, I guess it might be possible, but that's still weird. Steve.
I mean, that would be weird. It's not like, it's not like this game is extra special.
No, it's coming out Tuesday too. Like it's okay. Like if it was like still a month away and they wanted to hold off on the console reviews.
I think that's what makes that make a little bit more sense too, because I mean, could it be possible that literally nobody has reviews? They're going to get this. Could this be one of those games that they get it a day before and people are going to do in progress reviews?
Possible. I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. So do I have questions? Sure, I got questions, right? I want to see how it plays for you on your PC, right? Obviously, because I'm going to be playing on PC if I get it.
Yeah.
I need to know more so, obviously, from the get-go. I have been, again, the reviews have said it's definitely more action-y, not quite as Souls-like. So I definitely, and Steel knows me as well as anybody when it comes to game playing. So I'm going to rely on him to tell me whether or not this is a game I can play. Because if he's straight up with me and says, I don't know, Pong, you're probably going to not wind up finishing this one. You're going to put it down because it might get frustrating a couple of the bosses. Then I probably won't invest right away. Then I'll wait for a sale down the road, maybe try it later on, right? But if he says, no, I think you can get in this one, Pong, then I might just pick this up and play it next week on PC. So I'm going to wait and see what Steel feels about it. But yeah, overall, I think Black Myth, I don't see any reason. I think the 80s, the 83 or whatever it's sitting at right now is a great score. You know me, Steel.
I mean, it's an 8, bro. Like,
80s are great, bro. An 8 is freaking great. I don't know what I thought mid to upper 80s by some of the early conversations, right? And from what I had seen, I was guessing mid to upper 80s. I didn't think this thing was going to push 90s. But to come out from a break.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Lydia just brought up a really good point. She says, Pong, bosses are hard in action games too. Like, okay, so you played Ninja Gaiden, right? And you liked Ninja Gaiden, didn't you?
Yes. I pushed through Ninja Gaiden. Absolutely.
So like in comparison, like to that point, to like, I don't even think this is going to be like a Ninja Gaiden-esque game. I think it's going to be easier than even Ninja Gaiden was.
It might be
kind of like.
I gave up on. I will say I gave up on Metal Gear Revengeance.
Did you really?
Yeah, I gave up on that one.
Do you remember where you gave up at?
No.
Was it early on?
Ass time. No.
Was it like midway in the game?
Probably midway in the game.
Because Rising Revengeance that shit is different.
Yeah.
That game is really fun.
It's fun, but I gave up on it. But again, like for anybody, Devil May Cry. I love playing Devil May Cry, right? So I don't know.
I think it's going to be much more like that. Hopefully,
it just depends. Hopefully, yeah. I mean, again, if it's not, it's not. It's just not for me, right? Yeah. So, that kind of stuff, I don't mind it. It's Lydian. The thing for me is having to 100% learning the bosses, right? In like, Elden Ring, like Dark Souls. The problem for me is the 20 times going against a boss just to learn the timing. right?
Oh, just
Being
to
worried
progress
about the instant
as well.
parry, right? The when people start talking about the the counting the frames or whatever else, okay, like all that shit. When you get to that level, that's when I'm like, nah, it's not for me. I'm not doing it. I'm not fighting a boss 20-25 times. I'm not gonna do it. It's way too much. I just hate that shit. So if it's just actiony and it's hard, like a Ninja Gaiden, right? And I have to dodge every once in a while, or I have to parry. I can't just go in, just swinging away, button mashing, like, and just kill them. That's okay. Like, I don't have a problem, having to go through a boss a few times. Like, I don't have that issue. It's just when it becomes an actual chore. It actually becomes a job to learn the bosses. That's when I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. So if it winds up being like that, like I said, it won't be for me. I'll watch Steel play it. It looks gorgeous, though. I really do want to play it.
No, I really love the art style of the game. It actually, I know some people were saying, oh, it's downgraded. I mean, hey, if that's what you think, that the game was downgraded, and I'm pretty sure there were some ideas that they had earlier on, but again, the transformations seem to still exist in the game. That was one of the number one things that mattered to me as well, that are just different from other games.
And they have different stances too, right? So
yeah, you have different stances, different abilities. You can kind of, which is totally cool. Kind of your own, you can make your character pretty much your own. The same thing that I think Flintlock does pretty damn good for. Yeah. Even though I give Flintlock a 7, even Flintlock allows you to have, every person's going to play the exact same, right? I went up the whole middle tree, right? Maybe everybody else does something different. It's the same thing. And this game seems to have the same thing, where you can have these different abilities that you can use, along with different armors and resistances and stuff like that. I'm going to be hard-headed and just wear what I like, because I don't care. But I just don't see the downplay, man. Unfortunately. I don't. But lucky enough, the reviews to me seem like they're glowing. Exactly what I would like to see. I was expecting from the game, at least, and we'll find out Tuesday whether it was worth the hype or not, man. Again, I'm in that zone right now. They got me. They got me for a week at least, because when Gundam Breaker 4 comes out, ladies and gentlemen, again, we're gonna be giving 4 copies away live on stream right here on Live and Split Screen. It's gonna be a wrap, but nah. So we'll find out. We'll find out what's going on.
I didn't say what I'm playing. I want to shout out a couple.
Yeah, go ahead.
Games real
Get
quick.
to it, man.
I had to go do the dog thing, and then all of a sudden we're in the middle of fucking solving world problems for everybody. So a
little mix.
That's living split screen for you. Oh man. So obviously, First Ascent, I don't need to talk about it. I just keep playing it. It's damn good. I can't wait for this next update with all the new shit.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the First Ascent update.
Yeah.
Really dope.
A couple games that I did want to shout out. Shout out to BT Maverick. He's in the chat too, for his generosity again. He had picked me up Nobody Wants to Die, which is that cyberpunk noir game. It's like a 1930s, 40s cop game, detective game, mixed with cyberpunk, futuristic stuff. It's dope as fuck. But anyways, he had picked that up for me on Steam a few weeks back, and had just told me, hey, when your grazing gets you to it, no big deal. So my grazing finally got me to it last weekend, and I started it. That game is, if you were looking for a narrative game, if you like detective, old school detective kind of stuff, this is a game for you, especially if you like cyberpunk thrown in there too. Okay. The atmosphere in this game is second to none, just as far as a setting goes, and how they and the visuals, because it's Unreal Engine 5. It's beautiful, but it really sets the mood. Like the atmosphere in this game from the jump is like what it should be, like what you would expect when I say, like an old school detective, cyberpunk, futuristic noir game. Like that's what you get. The acting is phenomenal so far. Lots of good acting in this, especially the two main characters that you hear a lot from. They are really well done, to the point where I was laughing and listening and not skipping anything and just getting into their conversations. Which doesn't always happen. Again, narrative games for me are hit or miss. This is definitely a narrative game. Okay, it's not a graphic novel. Okay. It's not one of those. You definitely have game mechanics, right? You're moving around in the world, you're searching, you're doing detective work. But there really isn't any like action. The action is actually at the scenes of the crimes, where you have to put them together. You have to piece them together, Steel, and you get there's a time mechanic involved as you gather clues. You put them together, and you can control time, and you can actually reverse and see what happened in this scene, right? And that's what's really dope, right? And you get to, and it's a lot of exploring. It's more than you think it is. You also throughout the game are making decisions. You are making choices that do affect the story as well, and open up other dialogue options for you, or close off dialogue options for you. And there are some that are going to potentially alter the ending as well. So that is happening constantly too. So you've got that in there. This Nobody Wants to Die is a very, very awesome game. It's on console. It's on PC. I've seen some people playing it on console so far. Most people have said it looks great. I don't know what the resolution is. It's Unreal Engine 5. I'm assuming it's a big downgrade on the resolution. Again, I'm playing at 4K, obviously on the PC on my OLED. But the game is good, and it should be, if you like narrative heavy games, and like I said, you are into that old school kind of detective work. And it's adult. It's very adult. There's no, like, they don't mess around. You're drinking, you're smoking cigarettes, smoking cigars, which we don't see in games anymore, which I love. It's freaking dope. There's adult conversations happening. You should throw this in the backlog or have it on your list for some point when you jump into it down the road. Nobody Wants to Die is worth it, I think. So far, I've already probably, I don't know. I was talking to Jasper a little bit. I think I'm getting up to, I don't know how long this game is actually going to wind up being. Again, I walk around a lot more, but I've been through three crime scenes so far, I think, putting the story together. So there's a lot of in-between stuff too as well. It's not just you going to the crime scenes. There's a lot of in-between stuff you got to do. You set up your apartment. In your apartment, once you get done and you get the clues, like you got to put them together and piece them together on the floor, which then opens up other options. Like there's a lot to this game, more so than just running through it. It's great. Nobody Wants to Die. The game I mentioned last week too, Steel, that I said I was going to jump into, that I promoted because it was free on Epic Game Store. I think it might still be too. No, it might expired. It expired probably now. Signy, that new shmup, right? From Konami. We're in 2024, a brand new shoot 'em up. We don't get shoot 'em ups anymore, and it was free on the Epic Game Store. Just launched. I told you all, I'm not that Steam guy. I will download all the other game stores if they're offering me free games. I don't give a shit. I got them all. So I downloaded Signy and fired this thing up. I told you, Steel, I used to be pretty good at shmup. Okay, back in the day. I lost a lot of my hand-eye coordination through the years. And shmups, you got to have hand-eye coordination. Bullet hell, you got to have hand-eye coordination. Okay? It's already nonsensical because no matter what, you're going to take hits. But I've watched pro shmups players before. They are insane. I don't know how they do what they do on the screen. Okay? So I was never that. Okay, I was just decent at shmups, and I loved shmups back in the day. Played a lot of them. Okay, especially the Japanese stuff. Like Sega Saturn had a bunch of shmups that were freaking fantastic, and I would get them. I was probably one of the only people to buy them in the United States. But anyways, so to get a brand new shmup in 2024 from Konami is dope. So I fired this sucker up. Give me a list of difficulties, Steel. Cool. Let's do normal. No big deal. Normal. I ain't doing hard. I already know I ain't getting through hard. Fuck. Just do normal. No big deal. Yo, normal. I could not get through the first level, Steel. This is like the soul game of fucking shmups. And again, maybe I'm just horrible now, but I don't think so. I don't think I'm that horrible. I could not. Well, first of all, the first level is long as fuck. Okay, the first level, and there's stages, like right? That. Okay, it's long. You get to what you think is a boss. No, that's just a mid boss. Then you got to get to the end boss. Okay? And you've only got 2 lives on normal.
That's all you need.
Ain't happening, bro. Ain't happening. I tried to take that. But I figured out, Steel. I figured it out. I think I figured it out.
Okay.
So the thing with shmups, for those of you that don't play, again, I'm not saying schmuck. I'm not calling you all schmucks. I'm saying shmups. It's shoot 'em ups, right? Bullet hell. People know what I'm talking about. Classic old arcade style shooters, right? Where there's bullets and enemies everywhere, and you're flying around the screen. Typically in a ship. That with shmups, the big thing is to leaderboards, right? That's always been a thing in shmups. Shmups are all about leaderboards, about going back, getting better at the stages, yada, yada, yada. That's always been a thing. I think I figured it out here still with Signy.
Okay.
This is actually a roguelite.
Okay.
Because there are upgrades that you can buy. And you can go back through the stages. You can keep going back and earning points through the stages and upgrading your ships, upgrading your powers, etc. And then go back and replay. So I think I figured it out. It's a roguelite. So I bumped down from normal to easy still. And then you get 3 lives on easy, right? And there's less bullet hell, right? There's less, but it's still bullet hell, but there's less bullet hell, okay? And I started getting through the stages. I think I played for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood. Got through the stage. I got through, I think, stage 3 now, fighting all the bosses, all the good shit. But there's more to do in those stages. Like there's a bunch of different objectives that you can complete. There's a ton of stuff to do. There's tons of upgrades that you can get for your ships too. So I think I figured it out. This is actually a roguelike shmup. So now that I'm playing it that way, this game is gorgeous. To get a shmup in 2024 that is fun to play, it is freaking awesome. There's ground attacks along with air attacks. So you're not just attacking the stuff that's in the air next to you. You are attacking stuff on the ground. You have the choice to do that. You have optional, again, powers that you can actually level up. Like you got missiles that you can run out of that don't necessarily replenish during the level, but you can upgrade them so you can carry more missiles, which do a lot of damage to especially the bosses and that kind of stuff. The bosses are all really unique. The story is actually cool, Steel. The story is set up anime style in a lot of ways. It's stereotypical. Humans find this planet. Planet has these unknown machines left behind throughout history, these machines that are buried. Humans go, oh, what can we do with these machines? Oh, we can power our cities. Let's hack into these old machines that haven't been activated in thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. Steal the power, machines wake up, machines not happy. Okay? And machines start attacking. It's got a little near to it, Steel, from that standpoint, right? Okay. Where potentially the machines are conscious, right? They have feelings potentially. Okay. As you're killing them, right? So now it's a battle of machines versus humans. Signy is cool as hell. If you guys have been looking for a shmup, again, I would suggest, maybe I'm just terrible. Somebody out there, let me know if they're playing Signy right now on normal. Downloaded it. Yeah. I should. Legendary King Schmuck to you. Okay, no, you're not a schmuck at all, Legendary. You're a legend, and you're not a legendary schmuck either. But no, I can't. I gotta recommend this, man. This is a dope ass game, man. Signy is super cool. If you guys are looking for a shmup, it is very good. So I wanted to shout that out. I didn't on PM. I totally forgot to do that. But really great game. It's just a cool game. Shout out to Konami for doing it. Because we just don't get these games like this anymore. Graphically, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I'll probably post some screenshots at some point. Looks like it. Yeah, it is. It's pretty, man. It is a pretty game. So, yeah, just want to shout that out. So there goes, Steel. There's my games that I've been playing. So late in the show. I mean, we're only 2 hours in, hour and a half in. So late. Yeah, in the show,
90 minutes.
Yeah, 90 minutes in.
I mean, we were talking about stuff. We talked about Black Myth Wukong, which is going to be part of the conversation anyway. Yeah. So not much else to say about Black Myth because the game's not out yet. So we'll be looking forward to that. And then moving into, you know, what you were playing again. I feel like the show's been flowing well. I did want to ask you guys, because I asked this in the DM, nobody answered me. Because Mafia did come to Game Pass. I've never played any of the Mafia games. I also don't know if I really want to play like a open world game. Like
it's not,
and I don't know how it's not that open.
It's
okay.
Not.
Is it similar to like LA Noire?
Okay, a little bit more than that.
Is it more than that?
Yeah, but it's very
like you can't divert too far.
No, you can't. Like, and again, there's like when you get up to Mafia like 3, it gets a little bit more like that, where it's a little bit more open. You kind of have free.
Okay,
Mafia but it's 1 is more narrow. I definitely would recommend it still, just to try it. Like if you get into it, and you're like, nah, it's ain't for me. Then whatever. But
okay.
I would try it because if you're into it, the story is so damn good, and they did such a great job.
I liked LA Noire. Like LA Noire was one of those games like I had never played before.
Yeah, I got that re-downloaded too.
And when me and the wife were getting
it's fun to play with other
in the
people.
beginning.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah,
I didn't know how good that fucking I didn't know how good LA Noire was. Yeah. That fucking game was like the way that it makes you think about things, bro.
Reading
like
facial expressions and
actually looking at the characters.
Yeah,
LA Noire was fire. I need an LA Noire too. I need LA Noire too.
Yeah,
for sure.
There was rumors that was.
And I like that story. That story was fire.
Sin, by the way, before I forget, I've already played Chorus. I shouted out Chorus when it first launched. Chorus is a freaking amazing game. I double dipped on it. I've got it on PC. I'm gonna play on PC as well. Obviously, I didn't finish it because I don't finish games, but I loved Chorus. I played Chorus for like 15, 20 hours. Chorus is freaking awesome, bro. I shouted that game out for weeks. That game was well worth the price of admission. Some of the best flight controls of all time in any game. Chorus is amazing once you get it down.
I'm at to see. I'll re-download Mafia because I downloaded it and I was gonna play it, but I was like, I don't really want to play this open world game. I got Black Myth coming out. I'm trying to play First Ascendant.
Try it. It's not that long. I don't think it's that long. I think you can get through it 20 hours, maybe.
Well, I'm a play.
I know you're like me. Nixie, it's just Mafia. Mafia is the only one on there.
There's some mods in there too that I think I help like expand it out to a little bit. Not expanded, but a little bit, make it a little bit better.
It looks pretty gorgeous though. The remake is well done.
And Yobi, I've never played Scarface or the Godfather games either.
Oh God, those were good back in the day.
Yeah, I've never played those games. So, I mean, I like stuff like that. I like Scarface when I was coming up. I thought the movie was cool.
Steel and I were just talking about that, Decado. Everspace 2 should be
Everspace 2 should need that. Bro, if
that was multiplayer,
like 2-player at least.
Yeah.
That game would be. I'd run through that with whoever wanted to play. Yeah, like Everspace could be fun. I couldn't get into the second
story. Is amazing, Yobi.
Is it really?
Mafia 3 is highly underrated.
Didn't Mafia 3 get pushback because it had a black character in it? Main character?
I don't remember if it ever got pushed back because of that.
I thought at the time people felt fucking weird about it.
Stupid shit.
I was like,
it's fucking great. It's really well done.
Well, don't do that. Y'all gonna send me on a Mafia run. Yo, no, shout to Suicide Squad. The game that continues to get shitted on by people.
Yeah.
Like the game's already dead, guys. Like we don't have to keep saying the game is bad and all this other shit. The game was actually a good game. But hey, to be sure. All right. Let's see what we got on the docket here, Paul. What do you want to get into here, man? We got Gamescom coming around the corner.
That's right, Yobi. It was the language because they do dive into it. Like they didn't hold back. It's
it was because of the reason and the language they used in part 3.
They get into it. Still, they get into the time frame. So I mean, it ain't it's.
I mean, I'm all about that. I think that's fine. I mean, again, if you're going to do it, then do it. Like, and stand on it and represent it. Like, if that's what it was, and that's what it was. I can still the culture is still gonna feel some type of way because again, it wasn't that long ago. You know what I'm saying? And
sure,
injustice is injustice. Talking to me fucked up. It's talking to me fucked up. But
sure,
if you telling a good story, I mean,
Mafia 3.
It's just like Django. It didn't offend me that Leonardo was saying fucking nigga all the time in that movie because I understood the time period. Yeah, now, of course, if Leonardo was just outside saying it, I'd be like, hey, man. we got a box
doing that, but okay.
We got a box. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, would he do that? I don't think so. I mean, but he likes Leonardo likes young girls too, though. You got to be careful with him.
Yeah,
you got to be careful. Yeah, Yobi says I loved every second of it. Devs didn't hold back. They stood on business. His favorite Mafia game. Damn, you gonna set me on a Mafia run, Yobi? Damn. And I want to play Mafia 1, 2, and 3 now. Damn it. Because now you got me thinking about my LA Noire playthrough, how much I just enjoyed playing that fucking game, listening to this. Like, that's one of those, like, when you tell me good story, a game that makes you pay attention, that keeps you in it keeps you in there. You're just like, bro, especially when you were like searching for clues and stuff, and you listening to people's conversations, you're trying to figure things out for yourself. And there isn't just like, it makes you feel like, oh, there isn't a right answer, right?
Yeah.
You
missed shit and you get pissed.
That's what I'm saying. Yobi says, do it, bro, and please stream it. I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Bet. Damn, I can't delay Black Myth, though.
No way. Mafia 3 was not trash, bro. God damn. That game was
damn, G.
It still holds up, bro. It's so good. But that's MG's opinion. It's MG's. I disagree. Mafia 3 holds up, and it's underrated, in my opinion. But anyway.
Hey, Scott Dawson. He says, can y'all talk about the activist Screen Rant review of Wukong? Actually, Scott, you might want to go back. I would say probably about 45 minutes. We went into it quite deeply. We went into it quite deeply. I'm not going to lie to you. But go back about 45 minutes.
Yeah,
you might catch the very beginning. It might be even further ahead than that. You might be able to come in about 30 minutes into the show being live and get some good content. Yobi says part 3 has a lot of moral choices in it too. Had me feeling a type of way that the story was too damn good. Had me feeling bad. See, I like that, man. See, you're only getting me more interested. It made me want to play it on stream.
Yeah, Mafia 2 story was awesome. Yeah, all the Mafias are really good.
Okay. Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I own the whole trilogy.
I'll take your word for it. And Pong is like 3 for 3 with me right now. So
yeah.
Hey, because of Pong, it's the only reason I played Mass Effect. I'm telling you,
bro. But you got to remember, Steel. You got to remember, we got Space Marine 2 right around the corner.
See, that's what I'm telling you,
bro,
man.
We got Space Marine 2 right around the corner. Like we are.
Oh, no, that's every day. That's gonna be every day event. I'm not playing about that. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. It makes it hard to get back into the First Ascendant because it's like I have 3 games. I know for sure. Like Gundam Breaker 4 is going to be in the rotation. Space Marine 2 is going to be in the rotation. Especially if the multiplayer turns out to be nice. That's where the time's gonna go. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And then something else. Well, the First Ascent not gonna go back to. Yeah, I can't wait for Space Marine 2. Their shit is right around. It's so right around the corner. It's ridiculous.
Right.
I think they put out some more stuff about Space Marine 2 as well.
They did, and it's going to be at Gamescom as well, on the Xbox stage. So there's going to be playable. I think there's going to be playable at XCOM or at Gamescom.
Game Pass.
Basically, we should call it XCOM. No,
I know we talked about it. I know we talked about it before.
They're not doing it, bro. They know they've got a winner on their hands. They're going to sell a lot. They don't.
Focus has been missing with these last few games, though.
Yep, I know, but they know what they got here. I think down the road, yes. I think they will. I think because Xbox has gotten basically all the Warhammer games at some point have been on Game Pass. Like every single one. So they will eventually get it, but I think out the gate for the first 6 months, I think they're going to sell it straight up because they know the spot that they're in. They're in such a great spot still. They got no competition in that.
They really don't.
Third person shooter.
Especially with multiplayer, where you having PvE content and multiplayer.
Yeah.
Again, all you gotta do is support both. I'm not even saying like you gotta go crazy with it.
Yeah.
Hey, Rescue, happy to the 8 months to you, Brody. Being a horde of war.
I should shout out the chat really before we get another.
No, we definitely do.
Shout out to chat. We got some amazing people
go ahead.
today.
Yeah,
man.
go ahead.
Yeah, we got amazing people showing up. I know the Gaming Circle podcast isn't going on, so some of you can lurk in here even more than you normally do on a Saturday. Appreciate every single one of you dropping on in here. But shout out to Kay Asante and Everborn for taking the weekend off. Let's see here. Let me scroll down here real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Rescue Squad Culp again in the house. What's going on, Rescue Squad? Thank you for being here. The Tim, the Sorcerer in here. What's going on, Tim, the Sorcerer? Great to see you, brother. We got the MG in the house. If you hyped for Astrobot, give me a hell yeah. Stone Cold. I can't give you that, MG. I'm not hyped.
I'm more excited about playing Crash in the Game Pass.
Some people are. Controllers are sold out. So congratulations to Astrobot and controllers. It's going to be up for Game of the Year. I know it is. Decado. What is going on, Decado? Great to see you. He says that I'm going to play the technician class in Space Marine 2. I haven't even thought about the class yet, Decado. I haven't not even thought about
That's what I want to play as well, Decado. Decado, me and you on the same wavelength, man. What's going on with this? We keep running into you on my street, man. We're going to have to box it out.
God, Emperor Sofa King's in the house going on. God, Emperor says, that is crazy. Space Marines right around the corner, bro. That game is going to be fire. Yes, sir. I think it's going to live up to everything we've been talking about. JB 1521. What's going on, JB? Great to see you.
I got the Mafia trilogy for 18.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I got the whole trilogy. The trilogy's been on sale plenty of times, bro. Pick it up. Legendary Yobi, of course, is in the house. He's been chatting away in here. He says, thank you, Pong, for telling Steel about the GOAT that is Mass Effect.
That's a fact.
Garrus is my guy.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm so glad that Steel took that journey, man. For sure. Who else we got here? We got Roadkill 8018. What is going on, Roadkill? Great to see you joining the show. We got Dank Nate in the house. What's up, Dank? Always good to see you, brother. We got the Live Supremacy up in here. What's going on, Live? Thank you for dropping on by. Who else? We got Talos Ray, of course, is in the house. What's up, Talos? We got the Scott Dawson. What's going on, Scott? He said, okay, I got you. Okay, yeah. You definitely go back to the beginning. We were solving world problems in the beginning. It went well beyond Screen Rant. I'll tell you that much.
It did.
Yeah, you won't hear that on many shows around these parts. We did it. Gogo Pose in the house. What's up, Gogo? Always glad to have you a part of the show, sir. We got Void Lock in the house. What's up, Void? Always great to see you dropping by. Thank you. We got the Ghost Fixter in the house. What's going on, Ghost? Thank you for being here, sir. We got the new one of the OGs, Nam Omar's in the house. What's up, Nam? We got the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack dropping on in here. What's up, Bold Alpha? I can't help. I know it's just Bold Alpha Wolf now in here, but I see Pack all the damn time. I still read Pack. I love how that sounds. Understanding what is going on. He says, might have to put hands on Leo. Yeah, what Steve was talking about. For sure. Def Leopards in the house. What's up, Def? Always good to see you. Of course, the one and only Nixie's in the house. Nixie ass. Y'all think Gamescom is a new E3? SGF doesn't give me that vibe. Bro, I've been talking about that this week, Nixie. On Thursday with Mav and stuff, that it does feel like this is at least another E3, especially the way that Xbox is treating it. 50 games. People they are bringing 50 games by themselves, Steel. Xbox. 50 games to Gamescom. And it's not just Xbox. Everybody else is showing up.
It's in Europe too. That's the other thing.
It's in Europe, right? They're using this as a huge marketing day. Xbox is going to be streaming live Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for hours. Steel. Their lineup is crazy. We're going to talk about it, but yeah, Gamescom is going nuts, and Xbox is leading the way. But I think there's going to be a lot of new stuff there. Keely's already announced that there's going to be new games showing off. So, is this another E3? It kind of feels that way. It does, Nixie. It does. It really does. Sanchez, MTZ Gaming. I see you in here. What's going on, Sanchez? Played some Mafia on Game Pass. Not bad. Reminding me of Goodfellas and Streets of New York. Gangs in New York. I'm assuming you meant Gangs.
Is all of them on the Game Pass?
No. Only the first one is on Game Pass, right? But the other, I mean, you saw the trilogy's been on sale a billion times. It's cheap as fuck. So yes, it's well worth it. Let me see here. God, Emperor Sofa King. I think I got you earlier, but you get a second shout out. Lydian Master. What's going on, Lydian? Thank you for being a part of the show and joining the chat. Who else? Let's see. I'm not gonna be able to go back too far. Ron Slusher. What's going on, Ron? Great to see you in here. Thank you for always being here, sir. Who else? Let me go back. Yeah, you guys are just chatting up, of course, because big conversations this morning already here on Living Split Screen, man. It's what we do. Every Saturday. They're always different, but we're always here. Calorie, I see you. What's going on, Calorie? Says, I tried this game out on my ROG Ally, but it has no graphic settings and was running at 18 frames per second.
He's talking about Signy. Yeah.
Yep. That's funny. That is great.
Bold, I really hope that's not the case. He says Astrobot is PS last hope for Game of the Year contender. We'll see if it's more than just a tech demo than the prequel. You're being really messy, Bold. I see you and Nick's and G go at it. Y'all are funny.
We already know it's a lot more than a tech demo this time around. They are going all out with Astrobot. Again, shout out to Astrobot.
Yeah.
Shout out to the lovers of Astrobot. It's certainly a style of game.
Gene, I'm right there with you. I bet you Astrobot gets a 95.
Yes, we said that, Steel, from the minute it was announced, right? And we saw how big it was going to be. We all said Game of the Year. It's going to be up for Game of the Year watch.
I'm not gonna lie. I've watched gameplay of Astrobot, and I like some of the stuff they're doing is cool. Is it for me? No, I'd rather play Crash. But if I was going to do that,
no platformers at all. Thank you very much. But anyways, it's just me, Fahim Scott is in the house. What's up, Fahim? Always good to see you, brother. Thank you for being a part of the show. Let's see. Oh, the one and only Lore Master Jasper's in the house. That's right, coming to us from space. The Lore Master. He actually left our chat. Laura, I didn't get to shout you out because you were in the chat the other night. I think on PM to PM. I think it was PM to PM when you said it. But Laura goes, all right, gotta go. I'm going to play with I'm gonna go play with some satellites. Bro, who he's messing around with satellites in space, bro? Who else gets to do this shit, bro? Yeah. Shout out to Jaspy, man. Nobody else gets to say that. Yeah, I'm just gonna go play with some satellites. Shout out to you, Jasper. Thanks for being here, brother, this morning. Appreciate it. Sin, of course, is in the house. What's up, Sin? Thank you for being here. Who else? Masshole 1977. I see you. What's going on, brother? We got Borbs 8203. What's up, Borbs? Always love to see your name in here. Who else is in here? Let's see. Scrolling. Brett Bingham, of course, in the house. The man who seems to have a whole lot of information that he is not willing to share, but he hits us up in the DMs and teases us all the damn time. And he always says, just wait. So, Brett, don't know what you know, but you keep your secrets. As I told you with a meme, keep your secrets then. That's fine. You go ahead and do that. Yeah, shout out to Brett Bingham for being here. We got Mishi Miyagi in here. What's up, Mishi? Always good to see you. We got Spartan661 dropping on in here. What's up, Spartan? Always great to have you a part of the show on Saturday. Thank you, brother, for dropping in here as well. We got the Black John in the house. What's up, Black John? Great to see you.
Hey, Nix. He says mods wild in here with the console flavor for stuff they don't own. Just wild. You know, the mods also have opinions as well, right, Nix? It's just like everybody else in the chat, man. You feel strongly about how you feel. I see the way that you have conversation as well, bro. Like he said, I thought mods were supposed to be morally righteous and all. Bro. Okay, I put it to you like, they're talking about games on different platforms or whatnot. Oh, they do this every week. Go back and forth with each other about how they feel about certain games and certain platforms.
You here, yeah. And please tell me, Nix, you're not one of those guys who says you have to own something to have an opinion on. Please tell me you're not one of those guys. Come on, we're too old for that shit.
Hey,
too old for that shit, man.
There's
basic opinions you can have on something, and you don't have to own it or play it. I can visually look at a game of somebody else playing it and tell you my opinion on that. And I don't have to.
There you go, Bo. Exactly. This is family type shit, man. This isn't like.
I see you lurking. What's going on, brother?
I put it to you like Nick. I put it to you like this, Nix. Once you can own up to how you have conversation, I'll make you a mod.
And he does.
I'll make you a mod. How about that?
Dixie has always owned up to it. He just still likes to do it every Saturday. And he knows this is a safe space in here because of how we run the show and the people that we have in here. And y'all are cool. So again,
exactly.
It's dope. You just get the conversation, get the blood flowing a little bit. Nobody gets up in their feelings. We're all good. We had people up in their feelings, right? When I admittedly went the route with Avowed and said I was going to be entitled gamer and demanded that Avowed not be delayed, and I hated it. All of a sudden, we had a bunch of random people that we've never seen show up in our chat talking about me whining, got all up in their feels, talking about pony bots and shit, right? There are people like that take that shit like this, but most of our chat doesn't do that, and we've never had that problem. You guys have all the discourse you want in there, as long as you don't get personal. We all good, man. So
another thing too, how I look at mine, I make people my whole like thought process on it, just aside to the topic, because I think it's an actual conversation. For me, because I know everybody does things differently. For me, I'm going to make people mods that I've had actual interaction with, and I felt like have been cordial people as well, and have supported us, whether one way or another, and have been very genuine in their conversation through my experiences. So he says, "What's up, Pony Soul and Steel?" So I mean, that adds on part of it is right when you play with people in the background. You've been doing rocking with things for a bit. The other thing too that I'll put on there as well is there was going to be something else that I was going to add on to that. I don't remember what the fuck I was going to say. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, no. We made Psycho not sign a form that he would not.
We did make Psycho sign a form. Yeah, he had to sign it. We definitely made Psycho. I know what I was going to get into.
Form that he had to sign.
I know what I was going to say because Gene brought up the point that it's a little. He said it's a little green in here. It's a little green in here. And that's all he's saying. It's like, and Gene, the one thing that I'll say to you and to anybody, I could definitely understand why people say that, why people feel like that, why people do with the whole pony bot thing and all the extra shit, PC bot thing, whatever the case. I've always been upfront about my liking for Microsoft, more Xbox than anything else, just because of my history with it. There's a reason why I have the platform. There's certain types of games that I play. There's certain things that I look for, the ecosystem and everything. So, and I think everybody needs to understand what their reason is for having certain things, right? It's just the same thing with people, whether they have one console or the other. What becomes really disingenuous, and this is where I agree that people should definitely call people out when they're talking about things that they genuinely don't know anything about. Like, it's different when you've done the research, you've seen, all the different levels of things versus talking about things on a surface level where you can tell. It's like when people talk about games that they have not. Somebody says they beat a game you find out that they didn't beat it. That becomes weird, and that's why I always say that people who do that, you have to look at a certain way, because why would you lie about something like that, right? And take it at face value, right? And I take that concept into everything else, right? And Gene, like Gene says, I like the chat here. We don't agree 100%, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And I mean, and that's the reason why I like the chat being the way that it is. That's why, there's been plenty of other chats where I've seen Nix is not, for an example, not just call you out, Nix, but, and I know you don't mind it, but where some people are banned or some conversation isn't welcome. And we always wanted Live in Split Screen to be, it's not about a person, a specific brand, right? I may like Xbox, but it doesn't mean that I'm ignoring PlayStation, or I'm ignoring PC, or I'm ignoring this, or I'm ignoring anything else. I'm a gamer at the end of the day. That's why I don't put myself personally, I don't care who else does it, I don't put myself in a box, right? I'm not, when people say, oh, you're a PC gamer, oh, you're this gamer, oh, you're this, I'm saying, no, I'm just a gamer, bro. Like, you can put me in whatever box you feel like you need to, but I'm not going to stand on, if you say that and you try to pass the convo to me, that's not going to be what it is for me, right? Again, got to know who you are, not only as a person, but as a gamer as well. So that's what it's about. And as long as y'all ain't being nasty to each other, that's the main thing. And that's why I like when the Knicks go back and forth, or why other people can go back and forth as well. It doesn't just have to be specific people in the chat, right? Anybody can go back and forth. As long as y'all ain't being nasty to each other, then that's it. I dropped the line at being nasty. Like, once you start getting down to, oh, well, you're stupid for thinking that, or you're an idiot, or, oh, you don't have a good opinion, or it's like, Nick says, you know where I got banned already? I took care of that with the YouTube and that mod that was targeting adjust. Hey, you know how people get down, man. So, but yeah, for me, mods are always going to come more from a personal standpoint. Nick, if we end up chopping it up, gaming sometime, maybe that'll change. Maybe we get into some Warhammer and we really rocking out and we having a good time, and then we have the experience, and we'll make you a mod, man. You know, but nah, this is what we do. I don't overly think about it. I'm mod people who I feel like can do well with moderating the chat. It's not like I'm paying anybody to do it. Y'all are doing it for free. You know, my number one rule is just let's not block, ban, hide, do all the other weird shit. Let people talk, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I could have been made Living Split Screen subscriber only channel. Anybody can come in. You don't even have to be subscribed. Like anybody can come through. Like again, sure, we want to be at 10K, but I'm not going to pay to get to 10K. 1, 2, I'm also going to do this as organically as possible. And the other thing, 3, is if we really wanted to blow Living Split Screen up, me and Pong have so many hot takes, quote unquote, that if I just posted a clip, 3 clips a day on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, I'm pretty sure we would get that additional traction that we need, right? Because again, me and Pong are also very if we speak about diversity, me and Pong are like opposite ends of the spectrum almost, right? And that's my motherfucking guy. You know what I mean? So, Yobi says Mjolnir is willing and able. Oh God. Jesus, I like the familiars every Saturday. You know, you kind of know their stance, but also enjoy reading people's takes. That's what it's about, man. Again, you got to be able to disagree with folks, right, and still be cool. Be able to have casual conversation and still be cool. You know what I mean? As long as it doesn't get personal, then we good. You know what I mean? That's all that it takes. I don't know why that's so hard for other people to understand, but as long as we don't go personal, we're straight. Bo Alpha Wolf says, member for 8 months on the Horde of Warranty. He said, still actually plays the games he talks about. I do. I think me and Pong both do, man. Pong's more, you know, he's grazing, man. He says it all the time. Me, yeah. You know what you're gonna get from me. That's why I always state that. You know, like regardless of everybody else, reviewers, you know what you're gonna get from me. I'm gonna tell you how I feel. Like I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it. Even if I was paid, I'm still gonna tell you. Hey, you're gonna take it out. You're gonna take it out the check. I'll take a grand less to be able to be honest. I will. Nick says, like, we could talk about Hellblade 2, and if someone brings up a random game on another platform, that's when I get checked out and I can't take them serious. Y'all were talking about testing games, but I can hear both sides of the conversation, and I find it funny. I think Hellblade's a game, but it's a cinematic game, but it's a game nonetheless. All right, where do we go from here, Paul? Do we get into Gamescom, Best of Gamescom 2024, a guide to the schedule, new games, trailers, and more, posted by Epic Games themselves? Is that what we get into here, Paul?
Yeah, we can get into
some people excited and hyped.
There's tons of stuff. Next week is going to be crazy. Yeah,
do we first kind of talk about what's been teased out there? Because I've seen some people walking it back as well. I don't know if you have that up already, or if you want to dive into that first. You want to do Gamescom first, or kind of, because I think the rumor could be part of what could be announced at Gamescom.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but we could talk about it all in totality. I don't think anything's walked back just because somebody deletes something. I don't think anything's walked back. I mean, again, it's something that we can expect to happen at some point. So, but yeah, I mean, how do you want to approach it? I really
who are we going to start with? Do we start with because was it Shinobi?
Well, Shinobi's the one that started the rumor, correct? Yep.
Okay.
He's the one that posted. Yep.
Do we still have that tweet? Because I did not screenshot it. Because if he's taking it down, then we don't have access to it no more, right?
Yeah, but it's still up somewhere because people have it screenshotted. So somebody used the screenshot to post on it.
Let's see. We're gonna do Shinobi. game coming to PS5.
Shinobi Box.
Somebody put it on.
Yep, I got it.
Said it. Oh, you got it.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah. So somebody had posted. Louis said, "I wonder when," and this isn't crazy, Louis, I don't think, but he said, "I wonder when the next round of ported games are coming." And Shinobi had responded, "What are you doing next week?" And Louis, the guy said, "Oop, I'm a guess. Killer Instinct is the one of them, assuming it's multiple." Shinobi said, I don't know IDK about multiple, but a big one at least."
Okay.
So those were the posts.
Yep. Now that was pretty much it, right?
Yeah, and it was over on Reset Era.
And then I believe Jeff Grubb also followed up with the rumors as well. I don't think he said he heard anything.
No, because from there it started, Seal. So after that, then everybody started throwing their hat in the ring about what game it was, and everybody just fell on Forza Horizon 5.
So all of this just essentially stemmed off of the Shinobi
saying that one at least big one. Right. And he does. He has great context. He's in the industry. So for people who don't know, he's in the industry. But it doesn't matter. You don't have to believe it. Grain of salt all the time with any of this shit. It is what it is. He has now deleted it, for what you guys might have caught of in the beginning of our conversation. He has now deleted it. So obviously people are questioning whether or not he's retracting the entire statement. Again, he works in the industry. He has, at least in the past, admitted that he's worked for a studio that does games for both Xbox and PlayStation. So he has connections. Could somebody have asked him to take it down? Sure. Is there multiple reasons why he took it down? Absolutely. Doesn't mean it's any less untrue. We'll find out, right? Shortly. We've all expected more games to come. Again, those of us that have been in the realist camp that understood that the 4 games weren't just 4 games, that this was the start, that they were going to attempt to bring other games elsewhere, as they've flat out said they were going to do. So, do I think it's just a matter of time? Yeah. Could it be next week at Gamescom? Absolutely it could. But that's where the Forza Horizon 5 started, Steel. Just basically everybody assuming and running with it. And it only takes 1 or 2 people, obviously the big people, to start the Forza Horizon 5 rumor to jumpstart it, and everybody runs with it. Oh, that's got to be the one. That's why Jez came out and said, no, I don't. It's not Forza. So he's like, I'm still trying to figure out which one it is. I'm still digging, but it's not Forza. So that's where everything wound up from that point on.
Okay. So we have the potentiality of a big game being announced at Gamescom at some point, along with all the other things that are supposed to be announced at Gamescom. And what you mentioned earlier, Pong, you said there's supposed to be about 50 games announced just from the Xbox side of things at Gamescom. Well, I'll go at a surface level first, just discussing what possibly could be there, or if there is something coming to PlayStation at all. For me, because I have heard other people talk, having this discussion, and again, yes, the biggest crux of it is Forza Horizon 5. People that have been saying it's potentially Starfield as well, or it's Starfield instead because of the DLC releasing. Again, I mean, it would be a very opportune time to do something like that, start prepping people for the DLC. I can see that happening. But the number one thing that I think is much more likely is there's a reason why I put Hellblade 2 in the background for us today, is because Hellblade was on PlayStation before. Correct. And I don't think it would be such a big deal for, even though Hellblade is a first party studio now, for them to put that game on PlayStation, right? To give those people who played it on PlayStation, because this is not 20 years ago where your IP could be moved to a different pub and then you never get that game again. Xbox would be willing to share it. That, and I do think that critically, Hellblade 2 did not move the way that even I thought it would, right? Hellblade 2 is extremely impressive to me. I can admit to the fact that there is some things that I can see why people say it's a little bit less than what Hellblade 1 was. But I do think that there's also other things that Hellblade 2 does really well that I don't think should be a huge knock on the experience being a game, right? And even if you consider it to be a cinematic experience, a simulation game, this is just a visually impressive game and that's it, I do still think it would be worth to put on that platform to see who else is going to buy into it. So I don't know much else who will. Bob Sinclair, I don't think it's a walking sim. Again, if that's the way that you feel about it, then maybe the game just isn't for you.
Sure. Yeah.
But I was able to play Hellblade in Game Pass, and I'm thankful that I was able to get Hellblade in Game Pass, because would I have bought this game at the price that it was? Yeah, I would have. Would I have been happy with it only being well, again, I have probably, I probably got close to 10 hours into the game, right? No, because I've been, the experience that you get putting the headphones on, holding the controller in your hand and actually going through it, it's much more in depth than people just watching it on YouTube or you watching it from the outside. And just if you don't have interest in those things, I'm also interested in the supernatural, spiritual side of things as well. I'm much more of a spiritual person than I am a religious person. So I do get more in tune with some of the aspects that Hellblade gets into, right? So there is that part of it as well. So I think the game is going to be Hellblade 2, just because that makes the most sense. I don't think Starfield is going to end up coming to PlayStation for at least another year. I think that might be at the end of 2025 kind of thing that they end up doing, or whatever next expansion that they do for Starfield. I do think that that's the game to play, right? Because there's so much more that can be done in some of these other games. Now, I would like to see Halo come. I would like to see Horizon come, just because, again, Horizon 5 has proven to be nothing but the most successful Horizon game that they've ever had. Right? And it's only getting better. And if the next game is going to be in Japan, man, wouldn't it be dope if we can get almost 100 million players in game? I think so. I think that would be great for Playground, right? Especially off the heels of them releasing Fable. There's just so many positives that goes into that. And boom, that's us supporting the developer as well. So that's just kind of my thoughts on it, man. Pong, just on a surface level up front, I mean, as we get into all the Gamescom conversation, you can take it in further if you'd like. But what do you think ideally, or do you agree with me, is going to be the game that could possibly be coming? And we're just going to take it like, oh, there's going to be something. We'll just take it for what it is, right? Let's have fun with it. Let's just have fun with it.
Speculation time. Again, that's where we're at.
Yeah, let's just fucking get into it. What do you think it could be? We're here.
Yeah. I don't like it. Don't agree with it, but we're here, and we knew that eventually more was going to come. I threw out Hellblade 2 with Mav on Thursday.
Oh, you said
it. Yeah. That was my guess as well. It wouldn't shock me. Again, it makes a lot of sense. And again, this isn't even necessarily, to be clear, that people were saying it's going to launch next week on PlayStation 5. This is an announcement, right? So this could be an announcement for next year, potentially, on a game coming to PlayStation 5, or maybe more towards the end of the year. But we don't know any of that stuff. Again, all speculation town. But I said Hellblade 2. It makes sense for all the reasons you said, Steel. Again, first game was already over there. This wasn't, as much as people wanted it to be, the system seller, the Game Pass seller that people potentially thought it could be when it was first announced from Ninja Theory.
It was never going to
be.
It's not Gears. Gears is a game. Like,
yeah, it set the bar, Steel, visually.
Yes.
It was a great talking point, visually, 100%. Audio, like you've heard our a praise for this game, right? Of what it is. And again, this is Ninja Theory. This is what they do. This is their, people can say all they want. Oh, Heavenly Sword shows that they can do other games. Devil May Cry shows they can do. But that's not what they're about. The studio's not like that. Yeah. They ain't trying to do that. They're trying to do these experiences. And that's what this is. It's more than a walking simulator. I again, people call it a tech demo. I push back against that. This is not just a tech demo. This is a game. It's a different style of game. Might not be the game for you. It's a narrative heavy game, just like I'm playing and nobody wants to die, but it's still a game. You're still controlling a character, still moving around. You're still doing actions. There's still mechanics. There's still combat. Whether you like it or not, whether you think it's simple or not, does not matter. At the end of the day, this is a game. So I think Hellblade 2 over on PlayStation, total sense. Makes total sense. I've been on the side ever since they started this that I don't think there is a red line. People can laugh all they want, but me and Mav talked about Halo Infinite showing up on PlayStation.
The multiplayer should.
Multiplayer. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Do it. Do it.
I would like to see. Hey, if you announce a Gears collection,
yes,
put it everywhere.
We talked about it. Steel.
I did hear that.
Yeah, well, no, and you and I talked about it originally when we were talking about the Marcus Phoenix collection, right? We had asked, does it go multi-plat? We had asked if E-Day goes. Yeah, why not? Bring it. Bring them all in at this point. Again, I don't like it. I want like old competition back again, but this is not what they're doing. They're they're evolving. It doesn't matter what we want. Xbox is changing, so it is what it is. But I also said, again, I can sit here and name every game, but it doesn't matter. I think because Shinobi said it was a big one, I'm just going through like the big stuff. Starfield does make sense to me as well. Phil said from the beginning that he wants Starfield to be the biggest game that Bethesda has ever launched, right? Well, they got the launch part down. They got the biggest game at launch, right? Due to Game Pass.
People said it failed.
Right. But I'm just saying overall,
it's not good enough.
Would it surprise me if they came out and said, hey, Shattered Space, they're going to do the whole Shattered Space thing. They're introducing finally giving us a vehicle that many people have asked for. There's going to be another big update here. They're going to give us Shattered Space. Would I fall out of my chair at this point if they came out and Todd shows up and says, yeah, by the way, PlayStation fans, you guys get to experience Starfield next year, like in 2025. No.
With the multiplayer games, because Pixel Bit G, he says put the campaign too. It's already clear the console space is dead for them, so speed it up. See, but that's the thing. That's the part of the competition that they still need to play for business, right? Where I would, if you're going to, because they're already doing it. When you separate, unless the game comes that way, like Halo, because the multiplayer is separated out at this point, just treat that shit like Call of Duty. Hey, you can download the multiplayer. That's it. You're good to go. But you gotta have something to business to play with, a little something. Like you can play the game differently and still give people access to something that they've never had before, right? So that's my kind of aspect on it. You still want to play the little business moves that you can play.
Ain't no business moves no more, bro. It's about expanding your game. And again, Halo is going to be rebooted. Halo is going to go in a new direction. What the hell does it matter? Give them the campaign, give them the multiplayer. Who cares at this point? You're going to restart that whole franchise with something new. Most likely. Again, whatever they're going to do next time is going to be completely different. Potentially from a whole new dev team. First game out of the new Halo could be not from 343 at some point. 343, I believe, is working on new Halo stuff, but they could come from somewhere else. So I'm all about it. I really don't care at this point. Again, I hate it. Wouldn't choose to do it this way, but they're doing it this way. So all bets are off. Like I said, I don't think there's a red line. I don't think anything is held back. You guys can, argue about Phil saying if we lose our way with Halo, we've lost our way, or paraphrasing that quote. I don't think it matters anymore. Everything changed with the ABK deal. Everything changed with the ABK acquisition. Once that was completed, when they spent $70 billion, it accelerated all of their plans to the nth degree. All of their plans that they saw in the future really came into focus as soon as ABK was under wraps, right? So I think that's where we're at, and I think that they're speeding towards that future. Again, I'm not in the crowd that says they're going full third party. I'm not in the crowd that says they're abandoning hardware. I don't think so at all. In fact, they keep quadrupling down on it at this point. They're going to have a handheld. They're going to have a box. They're going to have both. They're going to be different. I think that they're going to be different than what we've seen. At least the box will be different. The console or the handheld will probably fall in line with the other handhelds out there, but it's going to play games natively, obviously, which is going to be massive. But the box itself is going to be something different. It's going to be this hybrid system, potentially opening up other ecosystems all underneath one box. I'm cool with that. It's still going to be Xbox. It's still going to be their ecosystem. Again, when I buy a game on Xbox, I get the PC version and the console version. Like that to me is the greatest value, along with Game Pass.
That's the ecosystem benefit. Yeah.
That ecosystem benefit is still there, so they're going to continue to produce boxes and hardware to take advantage of the ecosystem. So I'm not in that camp. They're going full third party. But are they going to put a lot of games elsewhere? Yeah, they are. Switch 2 comes along. You don't think Xbox is not going to be on board with Switch 2, especially if it's powerful enough to run some of the games, right? They're going to be all over that thing. They're going to be pumping out games on Switch 2 like crazy. So this is the new Xbox. So I'm good with this deal, whatever it is. There are a couple that make sense. We'll find out next week if it was true, if it was just a rumor, speculation. But again, eventually it's going to come, even if it doesn't happen during this Gamescom. I'm expecting announcements to come before, at some point, no matter what.
And Pixelbit, I mean, I see you you're definitely making some good points. I mean, more so coming from the angle of the traditional console perspective, right? Saying, hey, you might as well just completely push into that direction. Ban the consoles essentially. I don't think that consoles are going to be a niche product. Reason I say that is because there is still going to be need for hardware. Now, is it going to be considered a console as we knew it? No. It is going to transform, right? And I think but that's always been, for me at least, I had always seen the future of gaming as everything just being on one platform, with there being different markets that you can access, different publishers who are making games. The reason I say that is because technology can only go so far. And these systems have proven that they are now on the same plane as PC, right? You're on the same architecture now. If things are more expensive than ever, and I will continue to hammer this point home, if things are more expensive than ever, it's more difficult than ever to make games. There's more variety than ever. It's just disconnected, unfortunately. So I will wait here a second. OBS just reconnected. Sorry about that blip, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you can still hear me. OBS is acting buck wild right now. Make sure there's nothing downloaded. Well, that could be part of the problem there. Let me close Steam and Xbox.
What are you doing? You had everything up.
I did have everything.
What are you trying to do?
I don't know what I was trying to do, but let me take both of those down, and maybe that will help out a bit. Pixelbit says niche for Xbox because they won't have enough exclusive to drive adoption beyond 40 mil. I totally agree they need to go wider. We can hear you. PlayStation needs to go wider as well.
Yeah.
You can sell all the consoles in the world, but what is a different? What is making you different from your competition? It's not Blu-ray. The SSD ain't that different. So I mean, they've both said that they need to go a different direction. Even PlayStation can sell 60 million consoles. What does it mean? There's still their first party output right now is nowhere to be seen. They have no roadmap. So all the same issues that we used to discuss about Xbox, now that's the same thing on the other side, except they got more consoles. What does consoles mean? Exactly. When you have 500 million monthly active users, regardless if you want to say that's Activision, oh, they just only have that because of ABK. Sure, but guess what? That's Xbox. Let's not separate it now. The hardware should not be the thing that's holding everybody else. And PS, but the thing though, Pixel, is that PS isn't waiting. PlayStation is not waiting to go wider. They're just being quiet while going wider. There is you can sign into PlayStation on PC. They're creating a launcher. They're already creating some back-end support for you to have access to these trophies. So obviously they want to expand it out. And yes, and when you get to Wall Street and how all these other people look at MAUs, again, we have back-ended conversations, but at the same time, we talk about services not being successful, but you have more companies jumping into services, and you have a company in Xbox who is saying that their way of doing it has been successful. If it hasn't been, then why would they continue pushing the way that they have? You could say that they're actually becoming more successful. And both sides are going to end up doing the same thing. Something in the middle has to give. Monthly active users don't mean nothing the same way that you selling hardware doesn't mean anything. It really it don't. It can be proven in all games. Most games release on PC. That doesn't mean that these games automatically get 50 million people buying the game. PC has the biggest player base. 150 million people at least. And that's me lowballing. 150 million on PC, 150 million on consoles, PlayStation and Xbox. Because Nintendo's not in that conversation yet, though they will be coming up. Because now there's going to be even more games. So you're telling me that Nintendo, the Switch 2 isn't going to get any of these games that are coming out? They're not going to get a Call of Duty. They're not going to get whatever else can be possible on that device? That they're not going to want to reach 200 million consoles sold with the Switch 2? They've proved that they could do it with the Switch 1. Why don't you think they're going to do it with the Switch 2? They already have half the code broken because all they're going to have people do is trade in their hardware to buy the new hardware. And they'll do it for that side. And since they already guarantee, see, and that's my point, Pixel, they already guarantee COD. So if that's the case, you can't keep diversifying the console base by creating new hardware that is so, we put in this new hard drive tech that reaches deep into the Kraken and pulls out all the velocity architecture, and we flipped it upside down, and we enclosed it all in this special little box, and we put this liquid metal cooling terminator in there too. We put Stitch from Lilo and Stitch in the box. You have infinite power. You know what? We put quantum computing in your Xbox, in your PlayStation, in your hardware. That's all you need. The console war side of things that's the part that's dying. Whether PlayStation wants to continue to uphold that or not, the only person that's really winning is Nintendo. If we're really going to just break it down to console sales. But that's the thing, though, Pixel, why I think that the next iteration, because he says still, this is exactly why I say next-gen Xbox is niche and reference console. I agree a little bit with that, but the way that I see it is that they have the potential to cause that different, they have the potential to implement something akin to how we looked at the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 sold as well as it did, not because of the games that released on that platform.
No.
The PlayStation 2 sold as well as it did because it was the cheapest way to get a DVD player. And me comparing the two with what Xbox is able to do with their next piece of hardware, if you make a piece of tech that has access to multiple markets, that is not just Xbox, but has access to other things, yes, making it somewhat more PC-like, but still delivering a console experience.
Mm-hmm.
You make a device that is extremely hard to deny. And yes, even if you want to say, that's just going to be a reference design. Sure. But that can be the most bought reference design if people are looking over at PlayStation, who is trying to still keep their ecosystem enclosed, which again, we also know is not true because they're releasing more games on PC. So in turn, what's going to end up happening is you're going to be playing PlayStation games on a device that allows you to have access like you would PC. Similar, not exactly the same, but similar. I think that device could do much more and speak to many more people in the wider audience, because even my kids do not care about a console. They care about being able to access their content. And if I told them that, hey, we can buy this box and you can play Genshin Impact that's on PlayStation right now, or you can play this game that's on PlayStation, you can play this game that's on PC, you can play this game that's on Xbox, instead of having different consoles that they have to turn on and do this, they're going to choose a box that is more all-in-one comparison to what they had before. Now, if you think that Xbox expanding and moving more into what they are known for is a negative, although they weren't making hardware before. So to me, I think they're more in a positive than anything, because now what they have done, instead of playing by the old metric of, oh, we need to sell hardware to sell X games to make X amount of money, you release yourself of that burden and can now create whatever device that you want to create. You can create a handheld, you can create a standalone, you can create a PC, you can create whatever box that you want to make and put Xbox behind it, the ecosystem. The same way that you look at Disney, the same way that you look at Netflix, the same way that you look at these other services. You get access to these things. Nixie says, guys, understand this. None of the big three are struggling, not by a long shot. This is all about profit margin game. It's always about that. It's business at the end of the day. These people need to make money. But that just ties back into my point, though. Why would they choose to make things more expensive by trying to separate each other out further? Money, I don't think from what I have seen, what I've been paying attention to in the gaming industry, I don't think Sony is in such a position to make, oh, wow, they're profitable on their consoles. That doesn't mean that they're going to make a PlayStation 6 that's going to be the most innovative console that you've ever seen. And when you hear somebody like Sarah Bond say, oh, we're going to have the most advanced Xbox to date, that can mean so many different things, and you have to take it at face value. Hey, the next step forward could be you having more access than you ever had before. That could be it. I don't think it's cloud, because again, our infrastructure isn't there yet. So when people say, oh, well, Xbox is just depending on cloud, they think everybody want a cloud. No, that's not it. The piece that you're missing, they are cutting deals with all these people for a reason. Xbox has a great relationship with Steam. You don't think Xbox would be really willing to take a 30% cut with games, releasing their games on Steam? Or if you come buy their game in the Xbox ecosystem, as long as you end up becoming a Game Pass subscriber? Even if you only do it for a month, that's all it takes. It only takes one game. You put your time into one game. That's what makes it different from TV. You can separate yourself from a show. The shows last a lot less. You play one game, you put some time in it, there's a possibility that you're going to find other games to play as well. You know what I mean? So it depends on what your vision of it is. I do think things are going to become more open, just because to me, that is the most logical step. I've heard more people talking about it recently. The point that I've brought up here multiple times and that I've brought up in other places. I am now hearing people say, what is the difference between the consoles that we have now comparative to other generations? I was listening to developers. There's developers coming out now. ACG had a dev on actually yesterday, where he was even talking about he's more on the art side, but even he says he has noticed as a dev how it is easier to work on multiple platforms at one time, more so than ever before. He said in most cases, if we're releasing a game in multiple places, we're working on all three versions at the same time, because there's really not that big of a difference. There may be little specific things they got to narrow down for certain platforms. But again, if they're doing it for PC, to Pong's point, to Mav's point, other people to more of the normal side of things, I guess people would consider them, where they say, hey, if you can do it for PC, it should be able to be done for console, and we're moving further that direction. We have to bring down the cost of developing this shit, because people aren't just going to stop making less games. When, you know, one of the number one things that I think would help fix the industry, although I don't want more people to lose their job, is that we need more people to work on, maybe bring down the amount of games and have other teams bring more people in so they can finish and flesh out the games that we have out. The triple and double A games that have huge potential, that maybe just need more of a team behind them. Maybe we don't need thousands of games to release every year. Maybe we could bring it down to 500 games and then spread all those extra talent amongst these teams. But who's doing that? That's not we don't live in a perfect world where that can just happen. Well, all these devs are all of a sudden pushed into this thing, but that also doesn't speak to the medium either, though. That's not art. Art isn't you don't become an artist to eventually be forced to create a certain piece of art. That's not why you do it. But that's exactly my point, Pixel. He said, we legit have too many games coming and not enough polish. In a perfect world, I would love for the games that have the most potential to have the most support. That's not what happens, because there's so many creatives out there, and there's nothing in place to be like, oh man, nobody's being screened to be like, you know what? You look like you'll be good to work on Gears. I know you're working on this other space game right now, but I need you on Gears right now. So we'll bring you in, we'll pay you whatever, and get you good to go. Hey, I know you were working on Red Dead, but we really need you on Halo right now. Let's bring you over, or we'll pay the difference. Hey, we know you were working on that random indie game. You were working on Path of the Goddess, but we really need you on Halo right now, or Call of Duty right now. Now, messed up I think that would end up being, if that was the way, though, that would mean we would have to have less creatives in the industry, at least people at the top who are creating these ideas of these different worlds and different IP and everything else. I don't know. That's kind of how I see where things are going, Paul. You got anything else to add on
How
that?
can I? You just laid out the entire future.
I
can't top it. It's like God came down and just spoke through you right now and just laid out the crystal ball of what's going to happen in the entire industry. Steel right there. Just laid it out, chat. It's over with. Called it. Write it down, sell it. It's a book.
And that's the same thing for me, Ron.
Dryer ain't got nothing on you.
That's the same thing for me, Ron. He said, I just want games. Yeah. I don't care what platform they are. I'm the exact same, but you got to give me a reason. I'm also not somebody who just believes in owning things just to have it.
Well, no,
like,
I don't think any of us
to
are,
me,
but
there's a lot of people who are gamers say, hey, you buy every console because you're a gamer, right? And it's like, no, I buy things that are of use to me, right? Back in the day, sure, because I didn't have an option.
Well, and back in the day, there was games everywhere that I wanted to. But again, Sony has not done that in spades this time around for me to go invest in Sony. Right. And again, they've opened up the PC, which helps me. Again, I've got the PC now, so that helps me. But again, I would not have owned the PlayStation 5, even if I didn't have a PC yet, for one game, basically, at this point, Ghost of Tsushima. That doesn't work for me. Like, I've never done that in previous generations. There's been tons of games that I wanted to play, right? From multiple different first-party developers on different platforms. And because those platforms were locked down, right? Yeah, we went out and bought all the platforms. As a gamer, I wanted to play everything. Or try to, except for Nintendo, because I didn't have any interest in Nintendo games. So, for me, yeah, I've always owned them. But this time around, no. No, because PlayStation hasn't given me anything outrageously good that I wanted to go play, in my opinion, for me as the gamer. I just don't have anything over there that I need to play. So I haven't. But I mean, I think you laid it out, Steel. I mean, again, the more we talk about this, the more it makes sense with where everybody's going, and everybody's correct. Nobody's struggling. These companies are bragging about record profits. We've talked about that many times. Is, you know, whatever side wants to say that the other side's dying off. I mean, again, how many funerals have been held for Xbox at this point? It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Xbox ain't going nowhere. But to your point about, you know, what next gen looks like or what they're going to do. Yeah, I've agreed from the get-go that they're going to change how maybe the traditional consoles looked at, but then they're also going to offer you the biggest thing for Xbox, which is could be a game changer for people, is the accessibility factor from whatever device you're on. And again, seamless transition from game playing from one device to another could entice people, like you said, Steel, along with the ability to access a bunch of different ecosystems in one box on your TV with the convenience factor of a console where you don't have to mess with it. Yes, it might be more expensive than your normal console, but that could be enough to push people. And then you add something like a handheld to give people games on the go natively, along with cloud experience, along with everything else that they do offer, which are all side pieces, like you said, Steel, due to tech limitations right now. But that accessibility could be the winning formula for them. I'm not saying it's going to be, but it could start a trend where people do look at Xbox and go, what do you mean? This one box, I can access my Steam library. I can access, oh my God, what? I can access my Xbox library. I can access, oh, my Epic Games Store's on here. Oh, my GOG's on here. Like, I got to access everything that I own basically outside of PlayStation and Nintendo on this one box. It's the convenience of a console, but it kind of works like a PC. I seamlessly, you know, put in keyboard and mouse, or I can play with controller. It's just there. Turn it on. It works. The updates are all there. Like, hey, okay. Oh, wait, you got a handheld too that I could take on the go? Oh shit, that thing docks. So like if I really wanted to, I could just dock it on another TV and all my stuff would be there the same way it is on my box on my main TV. Holy shit. Oh, you mean I can take GTA 6 on the go and I can play it natively? What? Really? If they could pull all that off, and then on top of it, cell phones, tablets, whatever, wherever you're playing, right? And all that just works, as they've been trying to do for a very long time with their cloud saves and everything else. How many times have I picked up a game between PC and Xbox and it literally 2 minutes of saves, you know, transferring back and forth, and then all of a sudden I'm playing the game right where I left off, right on the other device. If they can get that so that's seamless between all those, like I said before, you're playing a game at work on your handheld, you walk in the door, you have it on pause, or you saved it at a certain point, you walk in the door, instantly connects to your dock, and all of a sudden it transfers right over to your box or right to your TV and you're playing. Like that is the vision that I think they're going for. And I think that could be enticing to a lot of people, a lot of gamers, if they can get the word and the marketing out there. Still, that's always been the issue, is their marketing and how they spread the word about what Xbox can do, about what Game Pass is. So whatever this future is going to be, whatever this is going to look like for their hardware down the road, they can get the word out about all the benefits that you do get that aren't just automatic elsewhere. Again, why do I lose all my saves, PlayStation's cloud, if I don't pay for their monthly service? That is bullshit. In 2024, there should be articles being written monthly about PlayStation to get rid of that. Cloud saves of your game files should be free in 2024. It is just bogus. So they've got benefits over Xbox's ecosystem that we've talked about plenty of times here that just you can't find everywhere else. We take it for granted. Once you're in the Xbox system and you get all these benefits, like you just take it for granted. It's like weird when you think about it, right?
Yeah, it's just like Steam cloud saves as well. You know, if you get into another device that has Steam and you connect your account, it'll bring your saves over.
Like I said, cross-buy is another big one for me now that I have a PC. Cross-buy is huge. I get 2 copies for the same price.
Hey, look, I'm thinking about it even more now. Like we're moving towards a time. Again, I don't mean to cut you off, Pump, but I was thinking about this the other day, where it was just like, damn, you know, as cool as ideal as it would be to have a PC in every room, it would be more cost effective to have a device that can access those things, like a ROG Ally, for an example.
Right.
But that I could just set up in the room. I could bring in here when there's not in the living room. I could set it up in the living room when I want the kids to jump on if they want to play different types of games or whatever the case. They can take it in their room, hook it up to their TV in their room if they wanted to. If that's the case, they could sit on the couch and play right there, whatever game. Like, I just think there's so much more versatility in that than there is moving forward. I mean, again, I'm thinking about it now because it's just like when you look at, I can get this kind of PC or I can get this kind of device that has multiple uses, not just, I got to sit here. That's why the laptops became as cool, as dope as they were, because you had a PC that was mobile. You know what I mean? That's why gaming on a laptop is doable, because it's mobile, right? And that's something more so. It's like at this point now I'm asking myself, all right, what am I using these devices for? If I'm more on the business side, if I'm always around, maybe I get a laptop that I can hook up to a TV or whatever the case might be. But we're moving into a future to where the price of those devices, again, once I saw the PC handheld market get under $1,000, I can see the direction that we're going. It used to be so expensive to get a handheld PC type of device that was solid. And now it just seems like this is just going to be a part of our reality. Now ROG Ally is just a thing now. Steam Deck is just a thing now. Lenovo Go, it's just a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like all of a sudden people are becoming normal with it. Now, Paul, I don't know if you've seen it, but I saw over TikTok, they got Bluetooth glasses already, bro.
Yeah.
People are talking to people just with their glasses on. Like, I got these pair of glasses. That's like me talking to y'all, no headphones, just these glasses on. That's dope to me. You know what I mean? The option to be able to do something like that. More hands-free. The next thing to do, we're gonna get vision in our glasses. Contacts, futuristic contacts and whatnot. But it's just like, I'm being over the top, but these are things that are happening right now around us, right? Pictures, I've been using my handhelds more than consoles with AR glasses. Bro, the fact that you can even do that is crazy. I was thinking about that the other day too. Like, bro, you know how dope it is, the idea of being able to throw on some glasses that you can hook up to a device and just sit there and be like, just sitting up playing the game. You can play in the screen looks however big you want it to look. And that is people may not even want TVs in the future. People be like, what I need a TV for? The TV is just going to be, you know what's going to happen? The TV is going to be what it used to be. It just used to be on in the background.
Let's not get crazy.
It's just going to be it's going to be a TV on in the background, man. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy. Not everybody wants to wear something on their face.
No, that's very true.
But no, I mean, again, you have valid points that, again, Pixelbit shows as one person who uses certain devices that way that are interconnected already, right? That we don't think about because it's not like the masses, it's not like mass market appeal yet, but that's the direction, right? We always have to look at that stuff because that is a direction. And it is something that could take off, to Steele's point. It is something that in the future, and it seems that Microsoft and Xbox are thinking that way too, because Steelers are, word on the street a couple weeks ago, they're starting to buy. I believe it was a Samsung or LG. They set up a new partnership to start buying small panels again, potentially for glasses. So if they're getting back into the AR space or whatever they're going to do, it sounds like they might be thinking about that exact scenario, that is going to come back around again and become something that is actually, consumer or, mass appeal viable in the future at some point. Again, whether it's 5 years or whether it's 20 years, that's how these big companies have to think. So, nothing's out of the question. I just think that the next gen is going to be very, very interesting. Expect PlayStation to be more traditional still as they continue to move towards a different future, as they continue to expand their base, but their console is definitely going to be more traditional. Obviously, Nintendo's just going to capitalize on what they did with the Switch, with a more powerful version, with the Switch 2, which is going to allow more third-party games to show up on that platform, which has been an Achilles heel. As much as you can say that for a console that's probably going to break the record whatever. But again, it is an Achilles heel because they can't get a lot of third-party games on the Switch due to the power problems. The Switch 2 probably will help with that. Obviously, there's going to be other tech in there that might also help more current gen stuff get on there. So those two are set, and then you got the wild card in Xbox. And as we said, Steel, the chains are off. We've had this the chains are completely off for Xbox. They're not under anybody's rules anymore. Right? They're not playing anybody's game anymore.
That's my man.
They are completely out of the traditional way of doing things. Their mindset and their goals are completely against the grain. They're going big. They want as many people as possible, 2 billion, 3 billion people of active monthly users. They're already at 500 million. Don't care how they got there. Don't care what money they spent to get there. That's business. They got their 500 million. Their next goal, obviously, internally is $1 billion. That's going to be a huge number for them to announce. If they can get to 1 billion monthly active users in their ecosystem, that's obviously what they're going for. So at this point, they are the wild card. They can go try new stuff. And if there's one thing, whether you say, well, they give up on this shit all the time, or they're kind of like Google, they try stuff, but then they give up on it. We've seen it too many times. Yeah, but the fact is they do try, right? They do try. Surface still exists. They tried something different. And in fact, Surface had a lot of wins out there, right? Not recently, but again, a lot of people comparative to, Apple said that, the Surface was pretty damn good product. I used one for a long ass time. Surface is a great product. So they do try this stuff, and they're going to with their gaming division right now. Xbox is trying new things, and it's going to break the mold. And I think really create opportunities where, again, potential, if they can get the word out, if they can make it all just work, they could grab more people than they have in a long ass time as people look towards that next gen and what it's going to do for them. Not saying it's going to happen. Not saying they're going to beat everybody. Not saying they're going to sell the most consoles of all time. Not saying any of that. But I think they could have their products in more homes than they have in a long ass time when it comes between the handhelds and whatever their box is going to look like. So, again, I'm always glass half full guy. So on all these companies. So I think that Xbox is moving in the right direction for them. And I think we're going to see an interesting future as we go forward with all this evolution of gaming. And we're going to see their games everywhere. More people, I said on Thursday, Steel, what's funny right now, when we talk about 500 million active monthly users, there's more people playing in Xbox's ecosystem that don't even know they're playing Xbox games. Right?
Yeah, true.
That's right. That's the crazy, like the masses, the people who don't pay attention, they don't know that Call of Duty is now owned by Xbox. They're playing an Xbox first party game. They don't know Warzone is a part of Xbox. Right? They just know they're having fun. They don't know Candy Crush is a part of Xbox. But it is. That's how Xbox is moving right now. Right? Becoming one of the world's largest publishers. And most people won't ever even know that they're participating in that ecosystem, but they are. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is a fact. All right. So, Gamescom, ladies and gentlemen, it is right around the corner, literally next week, actually. Let me get this set up and transferred over for you guys. So, Best of Gamescom 2024, a guide to the schedule, new games, trailers, and more. This is done by store.epicgames.com, and the article is written by Dave Tack, a contributor. It goes on to say, Gamescom, the world's largest video game show, returns to Cologne, Germany this month. Just in case you couldn't make the trip, here's your guide to everything Gamescom 2024, from the trailers and world premiere to hands-on previews and more. The scale of Gamescom, which runs from Wednesday, August 21st to Sunday, August 25th, is almost impossible to describe. Gamescom organizers said that last year's festival drew 320,000 visitors from 116 countries. The show is massive and is getting even bigger this year, with exhibitors representing more than 30 different countries. Per usual, it all begins with Jeff Keighley's opening night live. Yes, the same Keighley behind Summer Games Fest, which just brought world premieres, news, trailers, and more to LA. In June, Keighley will be joined by co-host Ifre Deporte, aka Scoj, whose resume includes stints as professional esports player and a host of League of Legends European Championship. Opening Night Live will take place August 20th, 2024 at 11 a.m. PDT or 2 p.m. EDT. You can watch it directly on the official Gamescom site, as well as on Twitch and YouTube. So far, we know that Civilization 7 will debut its first look at actual gameplay during Opening Night Live. For more on the veteran franchise and its most recent entry, Sid Meier's 6, check out the story on why Civ 6 is still so popular. But we don't care why it's so popular still. The day after opening night live, Gamescom itself kicks off. Some confirmed attendees for the big show include Astragon Entertainment, publishers of Abreast, Bus Simulator 21, Next Stop, and the upcoming Howl, a turn-based tactical folktale set in medieval times. Ghost Town Games, developers are Overcooked and Overcooked 2. The Lego Group, I did hear that there's supposed to be something for Lego Horizon here, I believe. Lego 2K, Lego Brawl, Lego Builder, Fortnite, Star Wars. Lego Fortnite is actually kind of fun. And The Escapist 2. You know what's funny about this? We don't include anything about Xbox here. And Xbox is probably going to have the biggest presence at Gamescom than anybody else. In this Epic Games article, it doesn't say anything about Xbox even being at Gamescom. They say Gamescom itself kicks off. And some of the confirmed attendees for the big show include everybody but Xbox. I don't know. It's just kind of weird that it's done like that. Pong wasn't.
Where did you find this article?
This is Epic Games.
Epic Games themselves.
Epic, man. Epic said they got one coming. You telling me I got to go to Xbox to get the Xbox news?
This is weird, bro. But yeah.
You gotta go to Xbox to get the Xbox news.
Well, there's got to be plenty of general Gamescom articles written out there, right?
Let's see. Let's look together, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't really.
IGN put an article.
I didn't want to go with IGN.
Game Rant did one.
IGN ain't cool people, man.
Yeah, I know. Whatever. GameSpot did one.
Okay, here we go.
VentureBeat did one. Gamescom will have more than 1,400 exhibitors, up from 15% from a year ago. Yeah, tons of stuff.
I got this one. I got this one right here. I'll pull up.
Okay.
They do go on to say, and this is going to be from IGN.com. This is just done by IGN staff. So I guess everybody had a little bit of a hands in here. So we'll scroll down to here since we got most of the big crux of the information there. It's going to be a big event. Over 300K people showed up last year. We're going to have even more than that this year, almost 350,000 people. Sounds like possibly even 400,000 people showing up. And IGN goes into what to expect at Gamescom 2024. IGN will live stream 4 days of coverage at Gamescom 2024, including opening night live. 2 Gamescom studio days with exclusive interviews and demos, the Gamescom Award Show, and multiple developer showcases such as Xbox, Bethesda, and 2K. There's going to be something for everybody. I'm going to kind of just skip through here because we covered some of this. They get into this section here that says Xbox announced 3 days of live streams at Gamescom earlier this month, and they will also have their biggest booth yet at their show this year. Xbox's live stream will take place August 21st through the 23rd at 5 a.m. PDT to 2 p.m. Or 2 p.m. CEST, and we'll start off with a dedicated Bethesda stream for the first hour each day. Microsoft said Xbox fans can expect games at the show, including Diablo 4, Avowed, Diablo Immortal, The Elder Scrolls, War Within, Fallout 76, Towerborn, Aura, Untold, Age of Mythology Retold, and more. World of Warcraft, The War Within is the latest expansion. That's probably supposed to get talked about as well. Let's see what else they get into here. So they don't. What's they still don't.
I did. Well, I don't know what you want because I did post in our DMs the Xbox, the complete breakdown of their live stream, and the Game Awards announcement of what's going to be there for opening night live.
I just find it weird that it's not in either one of those articles. Like the games that are in there, the image form, none of that. It's not in any of those articles. But then that was the point that I was making. Like, all this information and I can't even get this. I was just trying to get a picture. You give me, I mean, I guess IGN gave us more details of games that are supposed to be there, but on Wednesday, and this is coming from Xbox themselves as well, Wednesday, the 21st of August, is supposed to show Diablo, Stalker, Atomfall, Shattered Space, Age of Mythology, Overwatch, Forza, Dragon Ball. The fact that Dragon Ball is even going to be on stage with Xbox is extremely interesting to me. And I heard you guys mention some of this. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is the biggest Dragon Ball game to release in the last. I think this is going to be even way bigger than even Xenoverse ever was. This is coming off the heels of this is literally the next iteration in the Budokai Tenkaichi series, which is the most prominent Dragon Ball fighter that has ever existed. Outside of Fighter Z, I think I'll give Fighter Z some credit there. They got a lot of OBS disconnect again. It's going to reconnect here in a moment. It'll all be fixed on the YouTube side of things. So when these blips happen, it'll just be like, it'll be smooth blips.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
It'll just be smooth blips. Perfect. Sorry guys for the reconnection. On August 22nd, Thursday. So it's not. Oh well, because Jeff Keighley's doing Tuesday, right? Opening night live.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Jeff Keighley's.
And he's going to have his own things there as well. That we don't know what else could be there. Plenty was going on. But Thursday, August 22nd, you got Xbox having Star Wars Outlaws on stage. World of Warcraft, Fallout 76, Towerborn, Elder Scrolls, Fragpunk, Flight Sim, which is becoming more gamified. I heard you guys talking about that last night with Kate, which I thought was really dope because I mean the same reasons. That's why I haven't played Flight Sim, right? I do need objectives, unfortunately or fortunately, I guess depending on how you want to look at it. Certain games, if you want me to try them, I like to give me some challenges, give me something, right? Some goal to work towards.
There was that in the first one.
Was there? I thought a lot of that stuff had to be done through mods and stuff like that.
No, they actually had, I mean, again, the whole learning process for how to fly a plane had objectives and you had goals to meet. You had goals to reach that you got checked off.
Well, I mean, like more like objective based, like go save these people, go here, like fly here, go land at this.
No, again, the whole point was flying.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Like the fact that they're gamifying Flight Sim more means they understood the next thing that they need to do. I think the first step was just making it playable on console in the first place. Yeah. Which they proved it could be done. And now it's just taking it a step further and saying, okay, how can we improve this more? Make it more gamified.
Right? Yep. Agreed.
Let's see.
2 Point Museum.
Yeah, 2 Point Museum, Project Bird Eye, Kill Knight, the first Berserker. First Berserker being there is extremely interesting as well. They did show off additional gameplay for the first Berserker. I think there was like 15 minutes of gameplay that was shown here recently. It definitely has an art style to it. It's not going to be for everybody. That is a game that is definitely more on the soul side of things for sure. Eternal Strand, Planet Coaster 2, Life is Strange. The cast of Frank Stone, Mecha Break being there is interesting. Although Mecha Break is a free-to-play game.
And they just announced the beta for Xbox.
And they did announce the beta for Xbox. The Mecha Break's supposed to be everywhere. So the more eyes they can get on it, especially on the console side of things, I think it's going to be really dope as well. Little Nightmares 3. Then on the last one, Friday, you got Indiana, Avowed, Sea of Thieves, 33 Immortals. 33 Immortals, I'm kind of up and down about. I think it's dope that you can have 32 technically other people, including
Aura.
Yourself. I thought I said Aura.
No, you said Avowed, and then you skipped Sea of Thieves, and you went to Sea of Thieves.
Okay.
Aura, History Untold is going to be there.
Avowed, Aura, Sea of Thieves, 33 Immortals, Warhammer, Space Marine being there is also extremely interesting. Again, I can see them cutting a deal for Space Marine, even if it's a limited time deal. Again, they've cut deals previously, few months deal where the game is in Game Pass for 3 months, and then after that, again, if the game is what it's going to be, I do think a 3-month deal could be very beneficial. But I do agree with Pong. I do think that this one out of all of them that Focus has something with this one. I'd be interested to see.
Never know.
That almost the only thing about saying it like that though, it almost makes it seem like putting it in Game Pass signifies that they don't have enough confidence in it. And what I mean, and that's not necessarily, I don't mean that either. Because I can see how somebody could see it that way.
Of course we don't. Of course we don't.
I mean, I don't see it that way, but I do get that games selling is still something that needs to happen, right? They need to make some form of money.
Yes.
Focus. The biggest reason I think it could come to Game Pass is just because Focus has had a stride of their last few games, Flintlock, Banishers. The games didn't do the greatest, from what I know, right? So I can see them being a little bit more conscientious about this one. To say, we really want to get an influx of players in because you want that word of mouth to spread. They could also do a 1 month deal. I think even a 1 month deal would be super dope to do game for Game Pass. I mean, just like to your point to those free to play free games that came out on Epic, Pong.
Yeah,
there's certain games where they can release for free and you take them away after a weekend and it's like, oh damn, I missed out. But now you got to pay for it. But if the game ends up being fucking good, and Ron Slusher, I gotta find out. I got Banishers downloaded, in my backlog at least. So there's options for that as well. Bo says, I was watching 40-minute video on Space Marine 2 and the customization is huge. Yeah, man, I'm excited. Space Marine being on Xbox would be such a classic move for Xbox. And those are the type of competitive moves that I would like to see. Giving people advantages in other ways. You giving me advantage through Game Pass where everybody else has to buy it. I think that's the other thing as well, Pong, is that just because you put it on Game Pass, you still have to buy it everywhere else. So making it available to more Xbox players, or the Gears players are going to come out, right? Or the people who are into these style of games, Dude Bro, classic Xbox, Xbox 4 going to come out and say, damn, game's on Game Pass, I might as well fucking try it, right? That could be
an argument on both sides. There's an argument on both sides because those exact reasons, Steel, are why you don't. Those exact reasons why, as a third-party publisher, you know that you're going to sell this game. And you know that people are going to come out and buy it because it's going to appeal to a whole group of people that haven't had any new game that's really appealed to them in a long-ass time. Right? So that is the reason why, at least out front, again, out the gate right away, not saying down the road. I think down the road, they definitely get it in Game Pass. But I think out the gate, you have confidence as Focus that those people are going to show up. That is going to be the driving force for this game. And that you are going to sell those day one copies from those exact people, right? So, again, I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. I get why Xbox would go and get the bag to get this type of game in Game Pass. But at this point, with how loaded they are, as far as games go, I don't think it's. I just don't think that they. I think Focus would want too much because they know they're going to get those upfront sales. That's what I believe. Now we'll see. Anything could change.
It'd be cool.
Right? Yeah,
it'd be interesting.
Anything could change.
Ron Slusher brings up a good point. He says, Outriders launching on Game Pass introduced me to looter shooters. So that's super dope. And again, Leo, that's kind of my point. I mean, it's not that it needs Game Pass, but it could be a boon for the game just because Warhammer is a known IP overall. I know that. Even I know of the name of Warhammer. Now, am I into it like that? No. I'm not. Have the Warhammer games traditionally been the greatest? Not really. They've been kind of hit or miss. Mm-hmm. So with Space Marine being the kind of odd one out, especially with them having multiplayer the first time, maybe having a small base, them doing it again the second time and having more eyes on it. Again, we're also in a different generation. Just could be a boon for them, right? Again, this is a game where after you beat the campaign, I'm pretty sure Focus would like to see Space Marine become their next live service thing, right? Where after everybody beats the story, they're playing Horde, right? You're playing co-op Horde with your buddies, or you're playing PvP, and they just continue to expand it out, add more maps, add more battle passes, they're talking about adding more customization to Space Marine 2 if it does well. So it's like there's a scale there that I think would end up working out for them. Leo says, but at the same time, a good game is a good game, regardless if it's a Game Pass or not. And a lot of people are very excited by this game because it doesn't have the DEI sting. I don't think that would have mattered. So, but yeah,
Warhammer has anything but that.
Yeah,
it's got the heresy stake, if anything. It's got the religious stake, if anything.
Oh, it's super religious from some of the content.
It's fanatical, bro. Yeah. It's fanatical. Yeah, no, I think there's an argument for both sides still. We've had the bonus effect show up a lot of times, especially for multiplayer games, as to why you do put it in Game Pass to get more people trying the base. This thing launching day and date everywhere. And I think, again, the type of game it is, the role that it fills, that a lot of people have been missing for a long ass time, I think sells itself. And I just think that the argument to not do it for focus would be too great out the gate. But if it happened, I'd be more than fucking happy to go ahead and buy the fucking the Ultimate Edition upgrade pack path to it. I'd be more than happy to invest that way, but I just don't think. But
MF great.
We might get
he dropped.
MF Great, attention, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Splitters Hype Train. MF Great coming through with a 5-bomb, a bag of coal. Got us a new car full of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters, because we are now at a Mach 5.5 from earlier this morning. Thanks to this extra bag of coal from the MF Great. Thank you, sir. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Get the easy 5 layup, keeping us ad-free in 2024. Hashtag no beans around here. Don't forget your goal's still 69, everybody. So appreciate that. Yeah.
Apparently Jez Corden put out an article that has been edited talking about another big Xbox game heading to PlayStation 5 to be announced. Yeah. Apparently he edited to say could potentially be Indiana Jones.
Oh. When did he edit it?
Has just put it up 27 minutes ago. Dropping in the DMs right now.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Put it right there. He says, Has says, according to Windows Central edited article, Indiana Jones by Machine Games could be the big title that's coming to PlayStation platform.
Okay, so this was Jez's original article from the 3 days ago. So yeah, the 14th is when he published that one. Okay, when did he edit, or what? Let's see, where's the update?
I just typed in Indiana. I don't see anything in the article directly. You see it in the article?
Yeah, I do. There's also
Oh, okay. I see the edit.
Okay, so yeah, you see the edit now?
Yeah, I see the edit. Let me pop that up on screen.
Edit large. He edited large in there. That's what he edited. So, do you want to read that section? Or do you want to read that part of it?
Yeah, I'm about to bring it up right now.
Okay.
I don't need to bring up Diablo. I just brought up Diablo. That's interesting. There we go. I'm bringing it up now, guys. Sorry.
Professional casting. Let's go, everybody. Very rare you get the quiet times with me and Steel. Let me tell you that.
That is very true. We're not very quiet.
Very rare. Yeah, no.
It's towards the end. It says there is also large chance it could be related to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle by Machine Games. which so far has only been announced for Xbox and PC. Microsoft doesn't own the Indiana Jones IP naturally, and Disney might be keen to let PlayStation users know when to expect a version for their preferred platform. In any case, all we have is speculation for now, and I'll be sure to update if there's any. I'll be sure to update you if my investigations come full circle. Jesus Christ. reaching my limit.
Yeah, I know. Still, you got thrown off there because they're just because Diablo pulled up on you. Yeah, no, I mean, okay. I mean, we had the initial talk about whether or not Indiana Jones would go. Then I thought it came up. Didn't it come up during ABK, during the court trial, that there was documents that they had gone back and reworked that deal with Disney to get exclusivity? Could it be timed exclusivity? Maybe that was the deal. I just remember us talking about it. Okay. Well, if it's Indiana Jones, it's Indiana Jones. Again, they don't own the IP, so sure.
Yeah, there is something to be said real quick before we get back into Gamescom and whatnot. I think this is supposed to be part of Gamescom as well. I mean, again, we'll see. Yeah. There is things to also lead to.
Hold on. Chat. Some of you guys, right? Why do you guys hate speculation so much?
Oh,
like there is speculation throughout life in everything. Sports. Pick any topic. Right? There is why is video games now like so bad in speculation? It's just fun. I mean, you don't have to take it seriously. Like you can sit here and go, all these guys make this shit up all the time. Nobody knows anything. Oh, you absolutely could say that. Like I have zero problem if you want to take that road.
Hey, me and Paul be doing that shit, and I think we be 85% of the time right.
Oh yeah, but I just think speculation is a part of real life, and any topic that you're going to discuss where you're not intimately involved in that industry, right? If you don't have actual firsthand knowledge, whatever you're speaking on is going to be speculation. But that's how newspapers, magazines, websites, articles about anything, movies, sports, anything. That's all it is speculation, man. I think it's a fun part of life. I just don't know why people get so upset at speculation. Who the fuck cares? Again, if they're going to put games elsewhere, they're going to put games elsewhere. Who cares? It's just interesting that Jez updated it to say large chance. That was the actual update. He edited it large because Jez had said that he was checking into it, trying to figure out which of the games it was going to be. He just knew it wasn't going to be Forza. And for him to put in there that a large chance that it's Indiana Jones, okay, he might be onto something. Might have some new factual information from somebody that's suggesting that it is going to be Indiana Jones. That makes sense too. Again, not an owned IP by them, right? It would be a little weird that they're going to come out and announce it at the same time that they announce because we are assuming or expecting Gamescom is when they're going to give us the official launch date for Xbox and PC. Be kind of crazy if they also have the PS5 launch date, even if it's like next year in there. That'd be kind of weird.
And JB, anyway. that's a good point. He says, where's the rest of the industry of speculation? We can't get information from anybody else in the industry, man. Yeah. That's the thing. It's literally everything else that we could possibly speculate about any other player in gaming is speculation. We don't know for sure what Nintendo's going to do. We still don't know if they're going to do cross-gen or not, if they're going to move their games over or not, which is going to be a big selling point for them or not. I think it'll be backwards compatibility because they'd be dumb not to. Yeah, but not necessarily cross-gen, but backwards compatibility. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Because I do think Nintendo will move forward. It's the same thing with PlayStation. We still don't have a first-party roadmap or roadmap for what's supposed to be releasing for them. And all we can do is speculate, right?
Right.
There has been some things teased. Again, Black Myth is going to be on PlayStation for 3 months. Yeah. PlayStation and PC. So boom, they already get a win there. And we could assume or speculate that there could have been some money hatting that happened there.
Yeah.
Because the game was going to come everywhere. All of a sudden you get people in the studio to help to get the game made. So hey, all the people that were hating on Black Myth Wukong for having all these negative aspects things that were happening early in the game development. What if PlayStation helped finish the development of the game? Does that make PlayStation bad? Are PlayStation evil because they helped a sexist company make Black Myth Wukong? If they are even that, as people have been trying to run with. So it's like, it's all speculation. I don't know.
No, we've been speculating on PlayStation forever. Again, PlayStation owes everybody a roadmap. But some people would say, no, they don't owe anybody anything. You're right. They honestly don't as a company, but everybody's been speculating on when they're going to actually show a roadmap.
But that's
right. PlayStation should just show everything so people could shut up. Yeah, they should. I agree for you. I think all these companies should show everything. I think they should stop playing games. Right? What is
everybody's roadmap?
Right.
What are you planning on doing?
I think this industry is way too secretive for its own fucking good. Again, I've always said that they treat these games as if this is fucking nuclear codes and that we're on the brink of World War III at all times with video games. It's like the stupidest shit ever. This is fucking video games. Come out and talk about your fucking games. Tell us what's going on in the industry. Stop bullshitting us. Tell us exactly what's happening with your games. What cares at this point? I don't get that. I've never understood this shit, man. Tell us what your games cost.
This is our
movie industry tells us what their movies cost. Why are the video game industry so secretive about what their games cost?
We know every movie. We know pretty much how much
we know what actors are being fucking paid on contractual basis, right? Just like we do with sports stars. We know what the team's salaries are, right? We know what everything is. Why are video games different? It's weird to me, man. It's weird some of the stuff that happens in the video game industry.
That's a good point.
But anyways.
So, I mean, again, I guess if we end up getting an announcement like that here at Gamescom, does that automatically like make the rest of the show worthless because a game's coming to play? If Indiana goes to PlayStation, just as an example, whether it's speculation or not, does that make all the other games that they end up talking about there irrelevant all of a sudden? I don't think so. It's going to be a talking point, sure, but at the end of the day, I believe in the vision. I know a lot of people don't, but I guess we'll see. So there is that. Let me go ahead and pull it back into that's Diablo again. Get this pulled back up.
It's all right. It's all 3-Bit's fault anyway. 3-Bit's now in the chat, so it's all 3-Bit's fault. All of it. Go. Everything going wrong is 3-Bit's fault. So
I don't doubt it.
Blame it on him, chat. 3-Bit ruined the industry.
I don't doubt it. All right, and then to pick up off of our brief interruption for the possibility of Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation without third person. Are they going to play that game? I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. Me being petty.
Yeah, you are being petty.
I'm not going to play it. I'm not a PlayStation.
You are the rare individual. Yes,
I am. I know. I can't help it.
It's fine.
Then like, and again, I do want to remind people. Now, I'm not going to play Indiana Jones because it's not third person. I just want to remind you guys of that. So
you won't be. I will be. I will talk about it.
Off of back from our brief interruption there, Metaphor Refantasio. Again, more I keep seeing from this game, the more I kind of want to fit it into the backlog somewhere, but at the same time, I don't know. Just because they do have that action kind of going back and forth kind of thing that you got going on. If you're overpowered, you can have more of action-oriented combat. If you're of same level or within a certain gap, that's when it gets into the more turn-based side of it. It's a really pretty game. I really like how the menus look. I like the art style. So I'm excited to see more of that, to see what they bring to the table. Tales of Iron, I heard the first one was good. So the second one, I guess we'll find out more about. Squirrel with a Gun has been in development for some time. It's going to be interesting to see where they're at now with this game, because it quite literally is exactly what it's described as. It's a squirrel with a gun shooting people, agents coming after him. I want to see what the actual gameplay loop is.
So amazing.
What if watch this end up being a freaking? It's
gonna be like Goat Simulator. It's gonna be like Goat Simulator.
Watch it be more like Vampire Survivors, but you're a squirrel.
That would be Yeah, no.
in a 3D
I don't think
platform.
so. But yes, that would be freaking dope.
That
if
would be
it was,
fucking
but no.
hilarious. That would be hilarious.
The things you can do in this game remind me of Goat Simulator. So that's why
That's
I'm thinking
true.
it's on par with it. It's $15 too, by the way.
Yeah, it's not
I
bad.
love squirrels, so I'm all in. I squirrel the gun.
The game
It
is
looks
funny. The game is funny as hell.
Yeah.
From what I've seen. Then Path of Exile 2 being here is also interesting because I thought they do something with PlayStation as well previously.
Yeah.
So
they're spreading the wealth, and plus now Xbox owns Diablo, so it's gonna be a main competitor.
But that's interesting showing it on your stage though.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it fits
Cool.
It fits in with what they're doing. Make it more inclusive, I guess.
Everybody's welcome. Steel.
Maybe make Diablo look over and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay, we didn't know you guys had it like that."
Yeah.
Maybe that's the energy we need.
Oh.
Then we got the First Ascendant. I don't know what the First Ascendant is going to show here. Oh no, I know what they're going to show here. They're going to show the update.
Yeah.
The update that they just teased out.
Haley.
They're probably going to go get a little bit deeper into that. What they're going to bring in. This first update looks to be pretty fucking massive as well, which is also, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting like a new area, seeming like new bosses, like the kind of bosses that they're bringing in. I wasn't expecting the character for sure. I didn't think apparently the sniper's also I need clarification on it. Apparently it's not a sniper, it's a railgun.
Yeah,
But she's a sniper.
ice-based. So we got another ice-based character.
I think that's really dope. I want her instead of
Viesa?
whoever the other chick.
Viesa?
I mean, I like her ultimate form. I do. But I like the idea of having a railgun.
Mm-hmm.
Even more.
Because the sniper rifles only have limited bullets due to the special rounds.
Yeah. So we'll see how this goes.
I got a gun that's got more. Yeah, it's gonna be dope. Yeah.
And then Commandos Origins, and then there's gonna also be more. Again, I think there's 3 days here, 21st to the 23rd, where you're getting just straight heat. Not even including what you're gonna get Tuesday, August 20th on Jeff Keighley's show. Because Xbox is probably gonna have a few things to show there. Maybe it's gonna be a sizzle reel, maybe not. Maybe that's where we get more PlayStation-based stuff, right? I know there was Lost Soul Aside.
He announced it. So
did
Jeff Keighley announced, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 will be there.
Okay.
Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be there. Marvel Rivals is going to be there. Dune Awakening is going to be there. Indiana Jones will be there. Civ 7 will be there. And there's going to be more too. And he said there's going to be new announcements. So, but those are your main ones for Gamescom opening night live.
I can see a new trailer for Lost Soul Aside being there because I know the gameplay. I think they got some gameplay at Gamescom right now. I think I could be misremembering that, but I did see some updated gameplay on that recently. It looked better than it did previously. Not as good as the first trailer that we saw, but it's been improved especially from over the second one, because the second one looked real rough. At least to me it did. But I'm a stickler, and so yeah. I mean, you got 4 days of 3 days of Xbox bringing straight heat to the show. I mean, again,
Fantasy 16 announcement too, Steel, by the way.
You think that when do you think that's going to end up happening?
Well, I mean, for sure, they're probably going to have the PC announcement here, and they've teased already that. I mean, they couldn't talk about it, but the Xbox version is obviously in the works. So
you think they do that during the Xbox section, or you think they do that during Jeff Keighley?
Because the Xbox each day said "and more," right? It could be a surprise at one of the Xbox days on their stage for sure. Yeah. Yes, sir. And I wouldn't doubt that we talked about that Thursday. Game Pass for 16 makes a lot of sense. That would be
Final Fantasy 16.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think FF16 going into Game Pass.
Yeah, why not? Again, Square's got to make up.
3 months?
What do you mean? Yeah, for a limited time, but you get it in there. Yeah. I'm not saying forever. Well, obviously not. No, but a limited 3 to 6 month period. You put Final Fantasy 16. You got to build the fan base. If Square is serious, they got to build the fan base. Now, Visions of Mana is not coming to Game Pass, but Octopath Traveler, both of them now have, and they're both back in Game Pass again. Square Enix wants to rebuild and expand that fan base out. The stuff that they've been missing on Steel is Final Fantasy. So if you're going to do that, the best way to introduce people, just like, again, the greatest example, Steel, is Atlas and his Persona. Atlas put Persona into Game Pass and have now cultivated a Persona fan base on Xbox. It's necessary. You got to cultivate. So if you're going to do that, you drop Final Fantasy 16 to start the process in Game Pass. That's my argument.
I can agree with the limited time. I can agree with it. I mean, it's the same reason for Space Marine. Square Enix has been inconsistent. Final Fantasy 7, the new remake, Rebirth, has been down in its numbers compared to the first game. So, I mean, if this could be the continued growth of their partnership, right? Again, maybe Final Fantasy 14 is doing good enough to where that allows room for that to be done, right? That could be very well a possibility as well.
We know that the port isn't going to be that expensive for Final Fantasy 16. A Game Pass deal could pay for the entire port plus some.
That's true.
From Xbox, from Xbox.
We get you a bag, get you in the Game Pass,
the bag,
port it over
it.
For 3 months.
That
was because again, I always forget about those limited time deals that be happening, and then you see these games leaving. Like I was checking it out on PC the other day, and I was like, I almost forgot games leave Game Pass.
Oh yeah, all the damn time. Death Stranding was on PC Game Pass, remember, for a limited time, and then it left because.
See, and I thought it was still there. See?
Yeah, no, it's gone. Yeah,
I mean, I didn't want to play it, but
I did want to. I want to continue to play it.
Bo Alpha Wolf with the 5 bones. Legendary drop. He says Marvel Rivals is supposed to have a big moment. A lot of speculation on the official Discord and Reddit. It'll be the open beta announced. I hope it is. Yeah, I do think console players need to get a open beta of Marvel Rivals. I think a lot of people are going to end up liking that. Overwatch is going to have hard competition, man. 1000%. I'm not playing Overwatch over Marvel Rivals, and I damn sure ain't playing Marvel Rivals over Mecha Break. And Mecha Break and Marvel Rivals are supposed to be here, and they're games that are similar but have their differences, right? You could be somebody that plays both, right? I could end up playing both. Who knows? I don't foresee that being the case, but nonetheless, I definitely feel you on that one. So yeah, man, next week is going to be, I do think, to answer the question from earlier, is Gamescom the new E3? It's lining up like it's supposed to be. Why else is Xbox doing all this at Gamescom? I thought they blew a big amount of their load already during E3 time in June, that they wouldn't really have much more to show until the TGAs, the Game Awards, maybe?
Yeah.
Right? No, you're talking about 50 games, and Nikado just mentioned they changed it from 50 to 60 possible games. And
many of those are playable on the floor too.
And this is Xbox branded. So it's like, so did you guys finally wake up and reach a marketing play, or like, do you have marketing deals for all these games that you're showing?
Partnerships.
So is this your opportunity to tell Europe that
you exist? That's pretty much where they're at for most of Europe. They are outside of the UK. I mean, again, just listen to anybody who lives over there, right? Yep. Anybody who lives over there will tell you, again, listen to Boxenberger, who lives in Germany.
Box and Dutch, yeah. Both
bro, they talk about that nobody plays Xbox. Nobody even knows Xbox exists. There's like zero marketing, literally zero marketing.
Which is crazy.
Right? That they've completely abandoned. Outside of the UK, Xbox has no presence in most of Europe, right? So yes, Steel, in a lot of ways, this is like they're like, hey,
Leo, that's not a good threat. I don't think Leo says they're going to announce Godfall 2. And he says, LOL. Said Leo, that's not a bad threat. I like Godfall.
Bro, we had a good ass time with Godfall.
And I played it again with Paul.
God awful was not God awful once we got in and got to play it. Actually, it was a really good game. I really had a lot of fun with it. Now, was it the hype?
No, it wasn't.
Randy tried to throw out there? No, but we know Randy gets hyped about everything because Randy's doing extracurricular party favors all the damn time. But anyways, he thought that Borderlands movie was going to be hyped too.
That shit was hot. That shit is hot ass.
Bro.
I'm not watching that movie.
The minute I saw the cast, I knew what it was going to be, and it turned out to be probably turned out to be a little worse than what I thought it was going to be. Anyways, I think that this might be part of their marketing plan. Again, don't forget, Steel, Tina Amini, one of the best hires Xbox has had forever. She's running the ship. They've given her full control. She's been out here tweeting about this Gamescom, how much work they put in. This is her show. Look at how they're doing it big. Tina Amini has changed their perspective on marketing. Now, we heard, obviously through the articles that came out, like, I don't know what it was, 3 weeks ago, a month ago, that the budget is minuscule compared to like what PlayStation has for their marketing. That's why we don't see the Xbox push everywhere, because their marketing department doesn't have the money. But it seems like for shows like this, Steel, it seems like the bank opens up. Because again, they're going to have the biggest show floor that they've ever had at Gamescom. By far, they're the biggest presenter here at Gamescom. They've got all these third-party partners showing up on their stage and on their floor. Yeah, this seems like this is their Europe push. Like, this is their marketing for them. But this makes sense, Steel. We said all along that they have so much IP and so much going on now that they were going to have multiple shows on top of the directs and use this to highlight games and to highlight stuff that's coming to their platform. And this is exactly what they're doing here, Steel. And again, I want to emphasize that this kind of production, these games, most likely all of them will have new footage. This is not going to be reused footage.
Yeah, that's the thing
that these companies are coming with. This is going to be new gameplay. This is going to be new footage that we've never seen before. That's why next week sounds like it's going to be a blast, because we're going to be seeing stuff we'd probably have never seen before out of a lot of this stuff. The only thing I want to say, and again, nobody listen. Well, I'd like to think that someday somebody will start listening to our podcast and go, you know what? These guys got great ideas. Game companies, if you are bringing demos to these shows and they're public, they're open to the public, they're not under NDA, and you have game demos ready for the show floor that you're showing off, why don't you launch those to the rest of us after the game show's over? After the showcase is done? I'd love to try all these demos, Steel. I know you're not the demo dude, so whatever. I'm not. I mean,
there's some that definitely will give me. Like, but
I'm just saying, you go to all that trouble, you create a demo that you allow the public who gets to go to Germany and at Gamescom and play. Why not throw it on the store like you do with it at Xbox? And I guess I'm specifically talking about Xbox here more than even the third parties. I know the third parties, it can cost them some money to do this, but if you're Xbox, why don't you have this available to everybody on Xbox?
Maybe it's up to the devs. Man. Maybe the devs don't feel comfortable enough to allow.
But they have it to the public on Gamescom on your floor, Steel. That's what I'm saying. Bullshit.
That's the new exclusive.
Right. But anyways, that's my little platform. I want to see more demos show up. But we'll be hearing people's thoughts too that are there on a lot of these games, which also will be cool next week. We'll be getting reactions from what people are playing, which is going to be dope because a lot of these games haven't seen demos yet. So I can't wait to see what people are going to talk about some of this stuff. But yeah, Steel, next week's going to be fun, man. We're going to have a lot to talk about on Saturday, bro.
No, it's going to be a shit ton to talk about. Again, especially with Black Myth coming out next week. Yeah. It's only going to be an add-on to everything else.
Yeah, like the GDC demos. Exactly, Decado.
Yeah, it's going to be an add-on to everything else that's going on. Again, I think it's going to be a ramp-up time. I think this is when we're going to start ramping up for the fall. Gaming is literally changing. I think it's changing again in front of our eyes, man. We're going to get to a point to where there's not going to be the lulls, right? There's always going to be things to talk. I mean, there's always things to talk about anyway, in my opinion. I know people always want big news and everything, but well, there's many games that are releasing, shows like this that are happening. Again, this is not even considering Keeley's show at all. So it's like, man, there's just so much on the table right now. So much on the freaking table right now. Let's see here. As a sideline note, speaking of Xbox and what may be going on, Call of Duty HQ is supposed to be getting streamlined menus, smaller downloads, and greater control over what you download. That it was an official announcement from Call of Duty so everybody who's worried about those 200 gig Call of Duty downloads, maybe you'll be able to save you some space in the future. I don't think it's too big to jump into too much. Let's see.
A lot of people get excited about that, and it cracks me up all the time. Like, again, I guess I'm just so used to moving shit, deleting shit, re-downloading shit. Like,
it is getting ridiculous.
Like, to me, it's like whatever. I just do it. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna. Okay, yeah, it's stupid when you look at Call of Duty. It's like 300 gigs, but at the same time, it just doesn't bother me anymore because I'm so used to doing it. But I understand why people say, "Oh, yes, finally, we can just download what we want out of Call of Duty." It's been all this time. See, Xbox is already improving Call of Duty. People said it was going to go downhill. They're already improving.
No, it's only getting better. And again, I hope this year's Call of Duty proves, because we also got speaking of Call of Duty, we also got a little bit of rumors, some information behind the scenes that the next Infinity Ward is having issues developing their game. Their next iteration of Call of Duty is supposed to come out in 26. Did it say 25 or 26? I thought it said 25.
25. It said 25.
And as soon as I saw that post, I was like, I need to delay it to 27. Like, Call of Duty having to release every year, Xbox, Microsoft, y'all have to stop that. These games need to live at least, there needs to be a 3-year difference between them. 3 years.
It's an expansion will be good.
That as well. Call of Duty is at that point. I do not want to see the same thing happening with Madden and all the other sports games happen with shooters now. That shit just makes no fucking sense. At least put a 3-year gap between these games. Give these games time to develop. Let people really make differences to Call of Duty. It's like omnidirectional is cool, but how much deeper can you get into Call of Duty before you try to make it too much like Battlefield, which y'all are already trying to do? And I don't think that that's something that y'all. I don't like that. Let's let Call of Duty be Call of Duty. Go back to Gamescom real quick, because there was Monster Hunter Wilds. Speaking of Capcom earlier, Monster Hunter Wilds has been doing some consistent video drops of the different weapons and everything that are dropping in. Both kind of reminded me of that in chat as well, which has been looking really dope to me. I am a big fan of Monster Hunter. Didn't really become a fan until I played Monster Hunter World, which is part of the reason why I have the game case up here. It was the first Monster Hunter that I had ever played, and I've been a fan ever since. So Monster Hunter World and all the content that's coming for it, with the diverse weapon changes that they've gotten, that they're bringing in as well, they're tying a lot of things together. Some of the things that we liked about Monster Hunter Rise, Pong, they're bringing the world as well. Being able to be more mobile, being able to sharpen up on your mount, just a lot. There's just so much more versatility that is being added into Wilds that is going to have me extremely excited, along with the open worldness of the game. Apparent, more so, right? We'll get more details about that as well. And yeah, Bold, I'm right there with the Charge. Charge Blade was my thing. I'm probably going to go dual blades. I'm still waiting to see if they're going to end up announcing that. Again, I'm at the point in my life where it's like, again, like I've said this before. I'm going completely opposite. Like I was the great sword dude, and now all of a sudden, like I want more dual. Like I want faster shit. I want dual blades. Yeah. I want the stuff that's quick. I don't want the big meaty weapon boss. And that's the other thing too. Bold. Good point is he says that you can get your mount will carry a secondary weapon, which is also very dope for me, because that's going to add an additional variety to me. Because how I'm probably going to end up doing it is I'm probably going to go dual blade bow, dual blade charge blade potentially. I really do love the charge blade, but if I can go dual blade bow, especially with the new bow gameplay, it's going to add so much variety on how you approach different fights, what you do during the fights. It's going to allow for so much skill expression as well. It's going to be so dope to see how people kind of handle their personal fights and whatnot. So yeah, man, Monster Hunter Wilds, I mean, again, I'm bringing it to the conversation with Gamescom because they've just been doing a dumb amount of videos about Monster Hunter, releasing like a video a day for different weapons. And I think there's supposed to be more details at Keely's show. There's going to be even more stuff for Monster Hunter, so we'll see. It's gonna be super dope.
It's gonna be awesome,
man. Let's see. Stalker had 35 minutes of gameplay that went out as well. Yes. That was dropped by Shinobi. The zone is a huge open world consisting of 20 regions, each within their own residence, architecture, nature, and anomalies. There's almost no barriers in the game, free to explore. Built to give the feeling of freedom, loneliness, and anxiety. That's kind of scary to hear.
Mm-hmm.
There's nearly 3 hours worth of cutscenes in the game. That's not really long in a game that seemingly is going to give you 100 hours worth of game time, at least from what I've heard from the first Stalker, and then going into this one. And again, everything's gonna be based on how fast you can get through it, I guess.
It's a lot though. 3 hours is a lot.
You think so?
Yeah, it is. It is. When you're talking about what's in Stalker and how.
Well, you may not even experience all the cutscenes either.
No, you're not going to. You're not going to.
So that could just mean a lot of variety.
Yes, it's a lot of variety. Yep. Absolutely.
So that's kind of how I take it from what I've heard, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know choice does matter in Stalker. So it's like depending on which way you go, you're probably gonna get completely different cuts. If they've went that far and missed all the other things that they've been through, this team is on a fucking different level.
Mm-hmm.
There's not gonna be a leveling system. The team wanted players to feel progress by gaining better knowledge of the environment. Okay, that's gonna be
survival. Survival. That's what it's about. Yep.
That's not really up my alley, but I guess we'll end up seeing. 35 weapons that can be modified. I like to modify weapons. You play a skiff, a common person. Common person with a very complex destiny. Okay. He's not a superhero.
Nope.
You have to watch your status. Hungry, sleep. If reducing them reduces your efficiency. You can become overloaded or overburdened. Got side beacons. You got Bunyan the cat, who's a powerful mutant that hides in an abandoned church in the swamp, mimicking other stalkers that cry out for help. That sounds weird.
Yep.
Players will get different stories depending on the choices they make, encouraging multiple playthroughs. Player progression is rewarded through off-the-path exploration and finding new weapons. Okay. One enemy is a pseudo dog that creates a pack of other phantom dogs. Okay. There's a zombie-like controller who raises the level of radiation. Not all anomalies are harmful. Okay.
Yep.
Lightning strikes can hurt you as well as enemies. Variety of factions.
Yep.
Factions in the game can sometimes change their leaders or break up.
Mm-hmm. While you're not around. So,
ladies and gentlemen,
the dynamic of a faction might change.
This might be the next first-person shooter I got some interest in. This kind of makes me want to play Once Human. I ain't gonna lie. They also just announced that Once Human got 10 million players.
I still have to play that. Yeah,
it's fun.
I've got it downloaded.
It's fun.
I just haven't touched it yet.
Yeah. But yeah, man. So shout out to Stalker.
Oh. Stalker 2 is coming in really well. Again, this gameplay that they showed off, I watched it, looked better than all the other stuff that they've had.
I agree.
It looked definitely much more polished than some of the previous things that we had seen. And it was pretty much there was still some cuts in there, but it was pretty much uncut. So seeing how the kind of scenarios play out while you're playing through it, yeah, it's going to remind a lot of people of Metro. But again, Stalker, from the sounds of it, the devs are leaning into what the first Stalker was, and that decision-making and consequence factor is going to be massive. That the exploration is going to be a big part of this. And I love that, Steel. There's hardly any barriers whatsoever. You're going to be able to explore everything and go anywhere. And you decide how you tackle situations, which means you can miss complete side storylines. You can miss NPCs. Completely never meet them. Decisions you make could have altered the story to the fact where you don't meet some NPCs, etc. All of that is the original Stalker. So if they pull all of this off together, this is what I'm talking about. This is why the original Stalker was such a cult hit and grew into such a fan base. And so many people have been waiting for a number 2 for so long. Everything they showed here looked great. The weapon variety was amazing. Unreal Engine putting out great visuals here. This is Unreal Engine 5. You can see why there are moments in this game which are really gorgeous. The lighting, the dark, dank atmosphere, but the weapons, how they sound, they all look really, really good. Like they punch a lot, as they should. You're going to have to definitely make choices. Again, that sim survival kind of aspect is there at all times. You're going to be running out of ammo.
I hope you could kind of tailor it. Kind of like somewhat
a hard game.
Starfield like.
Stalker's always been a hard game, bro.
Stalker doesn't have like options. They don't like give you.
No,
Maybe
no.
they did.
I mean,
this time
mods might have done it, but in the original game, no, it was considered a hardcore game. I mean, again, you have to be mindful. Now, if you explore a lot, if you're out there finding stuff, they certainly leave you plenty of opportunities to find things that you're going to need in the wild. They showed that in this video. Like, if you are one of those people like I am that go everywhere, that go, oh, I probably should go up in the top of this church and check shit out because there's probably stuff up there. You wind up finding stuff, right? And you can loot.
Okay.
And you got to decide. You can be overburdened, so you got to decide what you're going to loot. But you can find ammo. You can find all the stuff you kind of need, crafting materials, etc. But that's always what Stalker's been, man. This isn't a.
I guess we'll see.
You know,
it'll be on Game Pass, so I'll be able
game.
to try it. That's the one thing that always can kill. That can always get me is if it's overly survived.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, again, I wouldn't worry
eating
so much
every
about
now and then,
hunger,
and stuff like
sleeping.
that.
Yeah, it's every once in a while. You just can't. They don't want you running around up for days. Yeah. They don't want you running around up for days.
If it's like, okay, that's cool.
Eating meds all the time with no, with no consequences whatsoever. No, they're going to have consequences for that. But if you just sleep every once in a while, recover, you're good. It's not that hardcore. But the survival aspect, again, running out of ammo, making sure that if you get into too many firefights,
they give you different weapons.
If you're terrible with accuracy, you're going to be in trouble.
I'll make sure I have a melee weapon. Mm-hmm. That's all that tells me. Exactly. The weapons don't break in this game, right?
Boy.
Oh God. If they break in this game, I hate weapon degradation in games. I think that shit is dumb as hell.
I don't remember.
I do not like weapon degradation in games.
I know you hate it, but
it just makes no sense to me. Like Breath of the Wild does not need weapon degradation.
That Breath of the Wild doesn't. But a game like this, does it happen in the field? Yeah, it happens in the field.
As long as I can fix it. If I can fix it, then I'm cool. Like I can make it go to a bench.
Yeah, you can fix it. It's not broken forever. You can fix it.
You can jam your gun. I mean, I'm cool with jamming my gun. That adds some realism to it. But
there is weapon degradation. It looks like they did bring that back, according to most people. It is back.
I'm about to see how that's sound like. I'm about to see what that's.
But you can fix it. You can do all that kind of stuff. Okay. You should be able to do
I can fix it. I guess it's not too. I just don't like it. I mean, again, this is gonna be my first time trying it out, so I'm not gonna know.
It's a Game Pass.
Yeah, there's gonna be a Game Pass, so I'm not. It's not gonna be a real risk. So
no. It's gonna be dope though. But again, this video was great for anybody that's interested in Stalker. Please go watch this video. They did a great job. The devs did a nice job here showing it off. And like I said, with the cut nature of it, seeing it, just how it all kind of plays out while you're out there. Again, some of the mechanics, I wasn't even ready for. Some of the physics that they have here still is really cool with the anomalies, because there's gas vents and stuff out in the middle while you're walking. You have to be aware of those gas vents. So you've got these little flares that you throw out to find the gas vents. Well, you can actually use those gas vents. So they had some dogs, some demon dogs attacking them. He actually led the demon dogs into the gas field, and as they walked over the gas, they got blown up into the air.
Oh, that's dope.
That was pretty cool as hell. There was a lot of good stuff. It looks like the enemies are going to be pretty smart. There was some dumb AI. Again, I don't have a problem with dumb AI. But it looks like the enemies are going to have some different tactics in how they go about killing you. Or coming at you at least. There's gonna be variety. There's gonna be tons of variety, but everything's looking good for Stalker 2 so far. I can't wait, man. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, so shout out to Stalker, man. Let's see. Replaced, been delayed again to 2025.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks, man. Another game that we were expecting this year. Again, Xbox talking about how many games they got coming to Game Pass and got to move Avowed and all this kind of stuff. Another one gone.
Stalker's releasing this year, next.
Yes, Stalker is this year. So we got that for sure. Also still just on that topic of delays, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 got delayed.
Oh,
still.
yeah, true. You said.
Which is a big RPG, everybody. Big RPG. Guess when it's delaying to, Steel?
What?
February. So, again, Avowed, moving out of the way. Too many games. Too many games for Xbox.
It's the first half.
Too many games. Doesn't matter. Big RPG. Now you got to compete with another big RPG in February. This is the exact same thing that Mav and I laughed about. Mav brought it up first when we first talked about Avowed. He's like, watch. He goes, third party. He goes, games moved to February. February's a big month for video games.
It's too bad.
Avowed, yeah. Well, now you got more competition for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 in that same month.
There you go. Perfect. They're gonna release on the second half.
Release the fucking games. Okay, when they're ready, release.
They're not ready yet.
There's no perfect time. That one is ready. They said they was ready. They said specifically it was because
they got some more work to do. They can do some more optimization.
Releasing, sure, we could do it forever. 10 years from now, they could release Avowed.
Look, man, they asked Xbox for some optimization time. They got optimization time, man. You know, Xbox wants you to let you play your backlog. You know?
Listen, I just find it funny that they moved specifically, and now they've already got one big game that was supposed to come out this year moving to February along with them.
Hey man,
there's never going to be a perfect time.
Avowed will be there. Avowed to be there. You know,
yeah.
February, it'll be perfect.
Yep.
Nothing else is going to come out in February.
But I am sad. As far as Replace go, the devs did come out and say they just need more time. That's fine. They're a small team. Replace looks so good.
No, they need to release their game, Pong. No, man.
Oh, I would love it.
Nah, no,
I don't care.
What
does it matter now? But I'm just saying, Replace is a game that we've been waiting for a long time because they showed it so early and it looks so good from what they showed at Gamescom 2 years ago. Yeah. And they had a demo still.
Yeah.
Why don't we get to play the demo? Give me the demo. Hold me over until now. Again, you had that demo earlier this year at E3. Let me play that demo. Like, why can't I? That's what I was talking about earlier. Like, give me that demo. I want to try out the game. But it's looking great. So shout out to Replaced. We'll get it next year sometime. Next year is going to be jam-packed again with games, especially with all these games moving out of 2024 now. Next year is going to be even more full than it is this year. So, but yeah, that was sad. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, not being this year. I said all along, I can't believe they're shooting for 2024. And I brought up this conspiracy theory, Steele. And I want your quick thoughts on this conspiracy theory while we're talking about delays. I brought up Thursday with Mav. You might have heard me say it. I think we've gotten to the point, not all games by any stretch of imagination, not all publishers, not all dev. We have gotten to the point, Steele, where we as consumers, gamers, have been trained now to accept delays, right? And most of the time, most of us say, oh, just let it cook. Good. Just bring it out when it's ready. You guys are good. That's fine. We got plenty to play, right? That's where we're mostly at now, right? They get praised for coming out and saying we just need more time because we don't want broken games anymore, right?
I mean, yeah.
I think there are publishers and devs now that are legitimately using that as marketing. That they are putting out early dates that they know they're not going to hit, that they know up front, and that they are planning on doing a delay note or a delay video closer to launch time to say they're delaying it just to get the hype build up. I totally think that's what Kingdom Come
Deliverance so pessimistic.
Yeah, no, but I no, because it's marketing. Because again, there's no rules in marketing. There's nothing in marketing. Again, there's really no lines you can cross in marketing. We've seen some wild ads through the years for marketing, right?
Oh yeah.
Why would this not be another one? I totally think Kingdom Come to Deliverance. I don't care what I love those guys over there. I'm super hyped for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Obviously, it's gonna be a massive open world RPG. I can't wait. But I think those guys knew all along that 2024 wasn't realistic. They had shown nothing, and all of a sudden they showed up earlier this year and said, "Oh, by the way, we're coming out 2024." And everybody was like, "What?" A game that a lot of people have been waiting to be announced. We had no idea they had never officially confirmed they were working on it. There was rumors, obviously, because of the success of the first one, that they are doing number 2.
They were working.
But for them to come out and show it for the first time and say, "Oh yeah, we're dropping this year,"
they were working, man.
Come on, man. And then they got the video. We were this close. We were this close to getting it out this year, but we gotta move it to February. We just gotta do a little bit more work for you guys. So we're gonna move it to February. They got all the hype this year, Steele. They got all the hype. They worked it, man. People were pumped that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was coming out this year. Even on top of all the great games this year, they worked their way into the conversation. They got all the hype, and now everybody's like, oh, no problem. We got plenty to play this year. Take your time. Take your time, Iron Horse. Take your time. Make it good. We can wait on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. But they got all the marketing hype. What do you think?
You bring up an interesting point. It's quite pessimistic. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's a very negative take. Bolt Alpha Wolf with the 2 bones legendary drops. He says, "Pong, I'd rather devs delay than cut content. You didn't have to drop that super chat, Paul. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you don't have to show bold. We're both in agreement there. Avowed is completely different. They all said it's done. It's good. They said the only reason, Phil included, said the only reason we're moving is because we have so much and we want to give Avowed space, right? So that's why I took the entitled gamer route with Avowed, because I want Avowed this year. I'm sick of my games being delayed. I would have dropped Starfield.
That's fair.
In the shape it was
I get you.
Early. I wanted Starfield. So there are moments where I'm like that. But of course, if push comes to shove, Bold, and you're telling me that this game is going to be broken unless they delay it for 3 months or 6 months or whatever, and they work on it, absolutely, of course, I'm going to tell you delay it. Of course, I'm going to tell you. Absolutely. That's why I said we are all at that point now where we're just like, yeah, fix your game, make sure it's okay. So no, I'm in agreement with you, Bold. Overall, I'm just saying that I do believe that there are publishers and devs that now have zero plans of hitting their initial date. They just use that date as a hype moment, knowing that they still will get positivity when they come out and delay it. When they come out with the real date that they always had internally, they get that whole hype lead up to it. And they get the positivity of, oh, yeah, guys, take your time, fix it. Oh, wait, next year will be fine. Right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that being, again, that's a quite negative take, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Not negative, though.
I say it's negative. I say it's negative because it's like, that's one of the most non-moral things you could do, right? Now there doesn't need to be morality in business or nothing like that, and there's not morality in marketing like that, or there can be, but not always.
Not really.
Do I think that it was a ploy for them? No, I'm not gonna say I would think that it's a ploy. Again, I didn't play Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, so I don't really have the experience with the dev to say what I feel like they can do or can't do. And I like to try to base how I feel about certain devs or whatever, or teams based off of their previous projects. Because of that lack of knowledge, from my recent interest in Kingdom Come Deliverance, I do find it convenient that I was willing to try it, possibly even this year, and it ends up being delayed. Now, is that just better for me? Yeah, potentially. I mean, I always believe, and if games need more time, then they need more time. But when you come from the perspective, and I think this is more so the important part, when you come from the perspective of something, games that you're looking forward to, which is why I appreciate your perspective as well. I can get why it can be annoying. I still disagree. I don't think that they did it on purpose or this was part of their marketing strategy, but to cut you some slack on that, I do think that there is credence to that logic track though, because there are devs that admit that like Steam wish lists matter, right? It helps them get a better idea of what the engagement is going to be for their game. So they can price it accordingly, or they can do certain things accordingly, or they can figure out if they're going to just build it with the community over time, whatever. There's been plenty of devs who have admitted this through interviews. So knowing that, it is possible where you can kind of get an idea of the engagement by releasing a trailer or being slightly vocal. To your point of them not showing a lot of it, again, not being familiar with the IP, it's hard to say like, well, man, we could trust them. So it's like, I mean, they don't have to show me a whole lot because I know that they're going to deliver me, right?
Oh,
which
Kingdom
is kind of
Deliverance. They've shown a ton of Kingdom Come, and they're going to show more too.
But that's why. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what makes it hard for me to say.
I just said we hadn't any idea up until the point they announced it. It was very sudden, right? Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, it was, oh, by the way, we are working on Kingdom Come to Deliverance 2, and it's coming out this year. Like, that doesn't have, like, that was crazy. That's
but maybe they were confident they were able to get it done though.
Oh, I mean, they said they were. They said we were this close.
We know the reality of game releases does have an effect. Other games releasing, again, if the rest of this year is stacked and they're gonna have more information about the games that are releasing upcoming than anybody else will, right? Because they're in the loop, they're game devs. The publisher. So it's like, if that's the case, then maybe pushing it back makes the most sense as well, money-wise. Put it in February. Again, it's becoming more obvious that the beginning of the year is dead, so you might as well try to release something at the beginning of the year. And I think that could be definitely a potential help to them. I can't read what your name is. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like it's in Japanese. Hopefully, or maybe it's possibly Chinese. I don't mean to be offensive either way, but he does say greetings, y'all, and I appreciate you coming through, man. Much love.
Absolutely, pleasure. I wish I could read that, but I
would love to call your name. But I do appreciate you. You should put. You know what you should do? You could put like your name in like parentheses. Like you don't have to do, but I think that would be dope. Keep it. You can keep it as is, but add the little extra part. Anyway, JB1521 says, I do love a good early access game. I like early access games that are complete games when they release. Like, you can build an idea out, but most of the game needs to be there, right? I'm sick and tired of coming into games. Again, Black Desert was one of them. I was on Black Desert when it first came to console, right? It was such a better game years later. It really was. But it's just like anything, man. As long as you're having fun in the moment, that's what it's really about. So, Tim says, still, you're fluent in Japanese speaker. You got trouble reading it. See, I need the actual type that out for me. Like I could just put that in Google and find. You know what?
See if it shows up.
I'm gonna see if it says anything. Why does his name be nothing?
Yeah. Watch it be Steel Sucks.
Nah. That would be funny. If that was his name.
Call me Nuclear. That's what he says.
Nuclear?
Says no problem. Call me Nuclear then. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Waste material. Oh, it's not.
Is that what it comes up as?
Yeah. I can see them potentially being called Nuclear.
All right, Nuclear. All right. Good stuff, man.
That's fire.
Good to have you in here.
Appreciate you. There's Gogo says there's no forever game. You just move on. See, Gogo, I disagree. I live in let me tell you guys, I live in a fantasy world where if I was able to play the perfect game,
yeah, you do.
And only the perfect game. Like I had really good PvP, had really good PvE content, had a good economy, community, good combat. Just it was an all around really good game. But then again, it's one of those things as I've gotten older. I do enjoy other styles of games though, right? And certain games can't be my perfect game all the time, right? Again, I wouldn't consider Mass Effect my perfect game, but I love the way that trilogy progressed for me, right? And the experience that I have with it. I don't think Armored Core 6 is the perfect game that I've ever played, but I love my experience with it, and I'm looking forward to. I'm debating myself from doing because they have a roguelite mode out now that's a mod from going through that. So it's so many options, man. Nixie said he's nuclear, so Reforge his cousin. Maybe. I hope not.
They're amazing. Yeah,
JB1521, he says, I love MMOs. I'm right there with you, JB.
Yep.
I do love a good MMO.
I had the time. I love MMOs.
But I am so particular now. It is so bad. I couldn't even give another one a chance. Black Desert.
Honestly, I could live in ESO. If I had to, pick a game.
You have to pick one?
I could live in ESO. Right? I could.
I would do it if it was crossplay.
Everything. Just right. There's always buts there, Steel. Of course. That's why I'm not playing ESO right now.
Do you think that's more of a possibility?
I don't understand. I don't understand unless it's a problem with the original how they set up the game. That's why they can't do it. I can't believe they haven't done it by now. Because that is BS. Again, my character in ESO got 400 hours, which is no big deal. Again, MMOs, that's nothing. For me, it was a big deal. Plus, I had the monthly subscription for most of that time as well. So I spent a lot of money in ESO, but it's locked to PlayStation, right? It's locked to my PlayStation account. So again, the fact that I can't pull that account over to Xbox or PC just absolutely sucks. That's why I don't play ESO now. I've hopped back into it during the free-to-play days. It's freaking amazing. I still love that world.
Yeah,
Everything they do, I love all their expansions.
Again,
bro, it's Elder Scrolls. It's Elder Scrolls, just a giant open world with more players.
That was my first Bethesda experience.
I love it. Yeah, I know it was, and it's amazing that it was your first experience too, by the way. I could sit in ESO forever. I love MMOs too as well. And again, if they ever do a Star Wars new MMO, count me in. I'm in. Okay. But yeah, just time factor. Again, that's why I would talk about this all the time. I appreciate those people that build entire channels and their entire lives around one or two games. And like, that's their identity. I love it. I think it's cool. I don't think that that's crazy. I think it's awesome. Back in the day, bro. And I would love to be that person, right? I would love to do that. But then I think to myself and I'm like, no, there's just no way, man. Again, I spent 300 hours within the first almost 3 weeks of Starfield, 300 hours in the first 4 weeks of Starfield. And it's my favorite game of all time. From Bethesda, but I have to move on. Like, I have to go play other games. I have to, as much as I want to play Starfield right now, I have a laundry list of 30 other games that I want to hop into and experience. So for me, it's like,
we podcast too. So
but I could never commit. Steel, no matter what.
Yeah, you have a little bit. I definitely a little bit.
I got a commitment problem. I do.
I got to dig deep into the art, man. Like, especially when there's things that are out there that speak to me or like are made for the things that I'm looking for, or just a wide variety of things. Which is why I think the third person genre is so lacking right now in content. I mean, Tom Clancy doesn't exist in that space really. Breakpoint is cool. It's a cute game. You can have some fun in there, but it's not the Ghost Recon experience that I'm looking for. And there's nobody else going to be in the space that's really committed to or knows how to garner an audience. I'm really hoping for Space Marine and other games.
Oh God,
this ilk are going to be, the variety is going to be put out there. Because again, that's going to be the one of those that's going to just see. But we have games that do get your time though. You know what I mean? That you give more than others. You know?
Oh, of course. Yeah, Diablo, of course. Yeah, there's plenty of games that get more time than others. Yeah, First Descendant. Now I'm over 100 hours. Right, it's gonna be one of my most played games of the year between Xbox and PC.
A word?
Huh?
That's a word.
Yeah,
that's light too.
Yeah, that's light. But yeah, I'm over 100 hours. Weapon X, are you trying to bait me? I don't know, Weapon X. Are you trying to bait me?
Sounds like Pong has a backlog. Good thing Avowed got to.
Is he trying to bait me into another rant? Is
That's
he trying
funny.
to bait me?
Man, Pong, you got a backlog, man. You got games you got to beat.
I will never not have a backlog ever.
No, man, you got games.
I want to play the games I want to play now. Again, it's a getting old thing as well. Tomorrow is never promised. So if I see a game that I really want to play, like Avowed, I want it now. I don't want it delayed. I will never not have a backlog because I graze, right? I am constantly grazing. So I will never not have a backlog that's just sitting there. I have more games than most of you have ever played in your entire lives sitting there that I just want to go back to, that I've touched before.
I'm out. Gogo said it's Crimson Desert at Gamescom. That's the game that I'm excited for. Yes, Gogo.
It is.
We're gonna see more from it. It's it's gonna be the blend of
it'll
be the blend of Black Desert and Assassin's Creed.
It's gonna be so beautiful.
But fantasy. This game's gonna be insane, bro. I'm telling y'all.
Galveston, congratulations! 300 hours of First Descendant. Shout out to you.
You definitely should group up sometime, man. You saying you know what the name is, man? Is it still an MMO? What still an MMO? Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert was not an MMO. Well, it was not an MMO.
Single player.
Crimson Desert is Pearl Abyss's single player version of BDL, of Black Desert Online. They couldn't nail it in their multiplayer experience. I mean, they've changed it over the years as well. But they wanted to create something that was different, more focused, more driven, that could really focus on the inherent experience that they're trying to bring to the table. And the way that they approach open world is much more no lack for a better word, open.
Yeah.
It's I would probably call it something akin to, it's the Bethesda version of an open world experience, of a Assassin's Creed game. I guess that'd be the best way to explain it, because of the variety of things that you'll be able to do. Everything is going to be able to put your hands on.
So dope. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Crimson Desert is going to be dope. Now, Crimson Desert was originally going to be, like, to your credit, Bowl, Crimson Desert was originally going to be a spin-off, like, online PvP type game. But they changed it to be more story driven, because that's what a lot of people were asking for that. Because there's not a game, to be quite frank with you, there's not an action game that's open world that allows you to do the amount of things that you can do that is accessible, that I know that is out right now, other than Black Desert. And everything's different. I mean, again,
can't wait to see it again. It's been a minute, but the last video looked freaking crazy, bro. When you jumped off that cliff with the horse.
Yeah, bro. Like to Gogo's point as well, he says, I love how in BDO you can go from the top of a mountain to the coast, and it feels like you really travel that difference. Yeah, nah, man. Black Desert makes you feel like you have to travel that distance as well. But the other thing too, like you can, if you have characters that can glide and get some distance, you got good movement mechanics. Like Lon, for an example. I love playing Lon just off the simple fact, and I still think about that just because you can go to the top highest mountain, jump off, use your move and glide a good freaking distance, and it just felt good. You felt dope in that world. Although it was a female character, like at that time, at that point, it just becomes about good characters. So, and the East is just killing with that, man. Yeah, JB, I'm at level 62 with my Dark Knight. I got over I probably got almost 2,000 hours in Black Desert, honestly. But anyway, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got on the list. Nothing else.
You want to hear the don'ts for Black Myth Wukong reviews, by the way, Steele?
What's the don'ts on what?
Been leaked. Black Myth Wukong and the review code process. They had a list of do's and don'ts.
Okay.
Noble just put that up, by the way. Noble's awesome.
Interesting.
Shout out to Noble. So the
you got a link for that?
Do's, enjoy the game. The list of don'ts include: do not insult other influencers or players. Do not use any offensive language or humor.
Okay. Do
not include politics, violence, nudity, feminist propaganda, fetishization, and other content that instigates negative discourse. Shout out to Screen Rant. Do not use trigger words such as quarantine or isolation or COVID-19. And of course, because of where they're located, do not discuss content related to China's game industry policies, opinions, news, etc. That was part of the review process. Yep.
I don't think that's too bad. Still be real about the game.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird,
but you can still be real about the game, though. It's not like you can't speak negatively on the game.
Well, I mean, but Screen Rant did exactly what they asked him not to do. So there's that.
I mean, that is a good point. I do really enjoy that, actually, because there's no diversity or inclusion in the game. Like that's an ongoing thing over there, actually. So,
feminist propaganda. Anyways,
really weird.
Hilarious. But yeah. Do not use trigger words as quarantine, isolation, or COVID-19. That was weird, though. I'm like,
yeah, don't talk about
like,
Black Myth.
When they want to discuss that this thing was being developed during that time, like they don't want you speaking facts about like that. Like that's a little weird. That's not a trigger word. Everybody knows what the pandemic freaking was.
Yeah, people are in. He made this in his house. Like,
yeah.
Is that a negative? I don't know.
That's
confusing. That's weird.
I thought it was funny. It was funny that some of that shit. But anyways.
Interesting.
Oh,
well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a great episode 161 of Living Split Screen. Hit it from multiple angles today. I think that was really dope. Came in with some heavy conversation in the beginning. I wouldn't say it was heavy. It was cool. I like having really open conversations like that. Again, everybody has a different perspective. Everybody comes from a different angle. Everybody wasn't raised the same. Everybody lives in different parts of the world. So we all have different experiences. It's about being able to come and understand each other one way or another, even through our hobbies or our passions, and
it's good stuff.
Not being so overly critical about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I like the fact that we can do that here and live in Split Screen. Again, really believe in that balance, that yin and yang. Again, there's a reason why we do the RTS approach, pulling ourselves back out of the world, looking at those darker crevices, pulling the the resources together so we can build that foundation. Because it is important. The baseline conversation of what's going on in the industry, between reviewers, the news outlets, gaming in totality, from what we're playing to what we're kind of seeing, what we're experiencing. It's all part of what we love, man. And being able to experience it with the chat, being here with my brother, it's always a good time. I spend my Saturday morning cartoons, turning into Saturday morning movies at this point. Just unfiltered editions, and I really love it. So appreciate you guys for continuing to come through. Appreciate everybody for showing love, which has been really dope. And again, ladies and gentlemen, please, if y'all want to group up, jam up sometime, we do need to get the Discord started or something. But there's so many different Discords people be in, and I don't be even using Discord like that. Maybe that's something we should be better about. Maybe not. Just be gaming when we can, man. So, but if anybody's interested, hit me up. I Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. Exactly how you see it on the screen is how you can type it in on any services that you're on. You're going to end up finding me. Without a shadow of a doubt. And shout out to Timmy boy, Tim the Sorcerer, with the legendary drops. Exotic drops, excuse me. He said, awesome show as always. See you all in 2 weeks. Hey, Tim, be safe, man. We'll see you in 2 weeks, man.
Exactly. Have fun.
Much love. Nixie says, most of the mods, you are the best, and clearly evident that you touch grass on the regular. All right. That's love. That's love. Nixie got here get it out of here with the heat. But yes, hit me up wherever you can find me. X, otherwise known as Twitter, is the main place, and also the Xbox ecosystem. Just because it works so well between the PC and the console itself. Where can these beautiful people find you, man? And again, it was a fantastic episode. I didn't expect for it to go the way that it did. But again, it's not like it's a bad thing. It's just, hey, that's what you get. That's what you get.
Out the gate, we went totally different direction. Yeah, it's us, man. It's us, and it's our chat. And like you said, Steel, we ain't afraid to touch certain things all the time. Again, it's things can be very touchy, but obviously here and between me and Steel, that's why I said I appreciate Steel so much, because I can have conversations that I wouldn't have with a lot of people anymore, just because he is as open to them as I am, even if we come from different places. Again, it's never going to turn into a hate moment, or that I'm going to all of a sudden end my friendship with Steel just because he has a different opinion from me on something. Like, that's crazy talk to me at the end of the day. So I appreciate the fact that we can still have the space, and that, again, our chat is entirely open and receptive to it as well, even if you guys don't agree.
Hey, y'all got me about to play Mafia, matter of fact.
Huh? Yeah, and you got me about to play Mafia.
I'm wanting to stream now.
Later to you, Fahim. Have a good night. Or have a good day too. But yeah, no, I love that. And I love that we did tackle it in, again, it could be a whole show, and it could be a whole different type of show outside of video games. But the fact that you guys still come out here and rock out with us every day, love you all for that. Love you to have you on these Saturday mornings. Why are my lights flickering so much? It's weird. You got them ghouls moving. Yeah, man, I got that energy flowing through here, man. I don't know what's going on. No, another great day. And then we got into the real video game talk as well. And again, you heard a lot of talk about games we're playing, games we want to play. Next week, it's going to be even more of that because of Gamescom. We're going to be talking about a lot of the things we saw, what really stood out to us. So can't wait for next week. That's what's about Christmas time. We got a late Christmas this year, even outside of E3, a second E3, as I'm looking at it now. So can't wait to join you next week too as well. But you guys know the drill. PongSoul on X, formerly known as Twitter. PongSoul on the Xbox. PongSoul on GOG, Steam, Epic, wherever. I'll find you. I'll find you back. Find me. I'll find you back. Tonight, we are actually having the Shop podcast. That's right. We are back. PTK Blam announced it last week. We are back tonight, and we're going to be having a show comeback tour, I should say, with a bang, I guess. So PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, and we're going to be joined by Sniffles, one and only, aka brother from another Fun Speculation. That's right. I'm calling him Sniffles still because he's still not 100%, but he's getting there. And then a dude who I haven't had an opportunity to talk to in a long ass time. I podcasted with him a few times when I first started podcasting. But K Mega, that's right. Steel was actually on
Big
the K Mega show early in Steel's podcasting. Yeah, GRG baby. So we're gonna have K Mega and fun tonight. So best way to end your Saturday night, the Shop podcast, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, PTK Blam's channel. Be there for that. We're gonna have a great time tonight. And of course, next week it starts all over again. Tuesdays, Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick is the man, 5 days a week. But every Tuesday it is Xbox Factor podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Be there for that. My week starts on Thursdays, PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM over on the Fun Speculation Network, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time every Thursday. Again, we will have a lot to talk about. Not all of it, because again, Xbox is having daily shows through Friday, but up through Thursday, we're going to have some great conversations on Thursday night. So join me and Mav next Thursday for that. And then, of course, Friday, Xbox Ultimate, where the family gets together and talks all the good talk. So we had Caitlin show up last night. Caitlin out of the blue joined me, Fuzzy, and Mav last night as she was just sitting at her computer. So that was fun. I haven't heard Caitlin's voice in a while. So it was great to talk to her. Join us Friday nights for Xbox Ultimate on the Fun Speculation Network, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Otherwise, again, nothing but love and respect to all of you. And again, don't care if you don't agree on everything. We don't care if you have differing opinions and conversations. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, right? Love you all for joining us every Saturday. Nothing but love and respect for the support that you give us, whether you're here talking or whether you're just lurking, whether it's 5 minutes or the entire 4 hours that we did today. Does not matter. It's all the same love and respect to each and every single one of you. And anything up and beyond that, never expected, but always appreciated. Thank you all for getting the hype train up to, over Mach 5.5 today. Love you all for that. But each and every single one of you, please never forget that we respect the fact and love and appreciate the fact that you give us the most important thing that you have, the most valuable commodity that you have, which is your time. Right? It's all limited for all of us. The fact that you show up here like you do, much, 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 and all love to each and every single one of you. So thank you for that. Steel, get us out of here, brother. Hey, I forgot to say it's the golden age of gaming. It is the golden age of gaming. So play what you love what you play. I got a side tangent there. Love what you play what you love, and I will talk to you all real soon tonight. All right, Steel, get us out of here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll see you on the next episode of Living Split Screen. We're going to be fresh off of Gamescom with Black Myth Wukong in the tuck. It's going to be nice to jump in and really get to it, man. Episode 162 next week, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you. Audio listeners, make sure you hit that like button as well and leave a comment if you're really digging the episode. But other than that, we'll catch you on the next one. Much love. Peace. Hey.
Just one question.